चेंजर है लेकिन वो मतलब आई डोंट हैव द वीडियो या
Ladies and gentlemen, once again a very good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of the American India Foundation, we extend a warm welcome to you all. Once again, a gentle reminder to please do remember to take your seats as quickly as possible. May I also remind you all to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. We are expecting the Honorable Minister, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, to join us any moment now.
ठीक है
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs. A very warm welcome to the Honorable Minister, ma'am. We warmly welcome in our midst the Honorable Chief Guest. Good morning. Namaskar. The American India Foundation, catalyzing social and economic change in India for the past 22 years, welcomes you to the annual Livelihoods Knowledge event, Future of Livelihoods. India's growth story has left behind a key demographic, women. Despite improvements in social paradigms, India's growth does not translate to the economic inclusion and development of women. The event today will address emerging gaps in women's labor force participation, the inclusion of women with disability in the workforce, and the far-reaching impact of climate change on their livelihoods in the next decade. Co-organized by Market Aligned Skills Foundation, the event brings together National Skill Development Corporation, NSDC, as the co-hosts, Madhya Pradesh Rural Livelihood Mission as special partner, and iForest International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology, Skill Council for Green Jobs, and Vadvani Foundation as the knowledge partners. May I now take the pleasure of inviting the Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Additional Chief Secretary, Planning, Government of Karnataka, Program Monitoring and Statistics Department, Mr. Matthew Joseph, Country Director, American India Foundation, Srimati Reena Pandey, Board Member, American India Foundation, and Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, Director, Livelihoods and CEO, Market Aligned Skills Foundation, to please light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate this convention. Thanks to the honorable dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremonial lamp has been lit. And the lovely lady you see standing right next to me here is Miss Surabhi. She's our sign language interpreter. So we would request all the esteemed speakers that as you're speaking, please maintain a steady and comfortable pace so that she can interpret while you're speaking. May I first please invite Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, Director, Livelihoods and CEO, Market Aligned Skills Foundation, to please present the welcome address. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome.
Thank you, Mandeep. A very warm welcome to all of you. Srimati Smriti Irani ji, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development and Ministry of Minority Affairs, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, ACS, Planning, Government of Karnataka, Mrs. Reena Pandeji, Dr. Mridul Kaushik is not here, Country Director Matthew Joseph, all the dignitaries present from the state and central government, participants who are here, and participants who are watching this live telecast on YouTube. I have a mixed set of emotions today. I'm very excited about the possibilities that will emerge from today's discussion. I'm grateful that all of you have taken out the time to be here. And I'm sure, as you can observe, I'm quite nervous, given the stature of the audience over here. So I'm really looking forward to the day. Before we move ahead, I just want to introduce all of you to American India Foundation and what we stand for, and how does the whole Future of Livelihoods program fit into this context. American India Foundation was started in 2001 when Pradhan Mantri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji reached out to President Bill Clinton after the Bhuj earthquake to create a platform which could be a connect between American philanthropy, the Indian diaspora, and the Indian social sector. And that's how, out of an emergency response, AIF was created. And in the past 2-3 years, we have actually once again been undertaking emergency response like all of us in India have. Through the past 20 years, we have catered to many communities who were affected by earthquakes, floods. But other than that, most importantly, we have been looking at poverty alleviation as our core goal. And we believe poverty alleviation is multidimensional because poverty is multidimensional. So bringing in together programs of health, education, and livelihoods, we have taken a focused, integrated approach towards this particular problem solving. Over the past 2-3 years, we have invested more than $50 million as part of the COVID relief. And if I were to contextualize the way we approach our programs and the way we think, the way we design, I think it can be, in a way, summarized by the concept of Sarkar, Bazaar, and Samaj, and how we are working very closely with the government at all stages, both the central government and state government, how we are creating market-aligned innovations so that we can cater to the specific needs of the community, and how we are involving community members at each stage. Before I do a little bit more deep dive into the context of this program, I want to call someone very special, Manjuji. She has come from ITA. She's part of our community mobilization team. She's a champion. And she has a small song which, in a way, truly reflects what the context of today's event is. A small song where you will see the struggles and the barriers women go through, but also the aspiration of what women have. And since she is deeply connected to the rural community, in many ways it represents the voice of rural women in India. So let's put our hands together for Manjuji.
खुद से वादा किया शैतानी करेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया बचपन क्या है हमने ना जाना ठीक ना समझा हमको पढ़ाना पढ़े ज्ञानी होए पढ़े ज्ञानी बनेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया मन मानी करेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया जायदाद का वारिस से हमको ना माना दे के दहेज थोड़ा किया रवाना जायदाद का वारिस हमको न माना दे के दहेज थोड़ा किया रवाना से ठानी होए से ठानी बनेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया मन मानी करेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया फैसले के काबिल हमको न जाना ठीक ना समझा हमको बताना हुक्मरानी होए 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 हुक्मरानी बनेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया मन मानी करेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया घर वालों ने इंसान माना घर वालों ने इंसान माना अपनी ऊंची करेंगे आवाज खुद से वादा किया मन मानी करेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया शैतानी करेंगे हमें आज खुद से वादा किया धन्यवाद प्रभात
Thank you so much, Manjuji. I will now hand it over to Mandeep so that we can go ahead with the remaining part of the program. Mandeep, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanghi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been told that the Honorable Minister has to leave early. So, ma'am, with your kind permission, do we have your permission to go ahead and invite you right now for the conversation on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, she needs no introduction to the August gathering. Here she is, one of the most respected, recognizable faces of Indian polity, and having demonstrated what a true leader looks like, she is an inspiration to not only the women of our country, but to women all over the world. And here today, this promises to be a very different conversation, in conversation with Matthew Joseph, Country Director, American India Foundation. Let's give them a rousing applause once again, please.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. It's an honor to have Smriti Irani ji, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs Government of India with us today. The honor is even greater since Smriti ji is a person who has broken all gender restrictions and so-called glass ceilings, and through a grit and courage, hard work and conviction, has risen to be the inspiring testimony to what a woman can achieve. Welcome to the knowledge event on the future of livelihoods, Smriti ji. Ma'am, if I can ask you a question, what kind of support is your ministry providing to women in facilitating their access to dignified and decent work?
Firstly, Mr. Matthews, I think that 4 or 5 things need to be contextualized before we begin this conversation. Since I walked into the room, the first introductory remark by the compare was that much has happened in India, but nothing has happened for Indian women. The second remark was that these are the women who are left behind. It makes for a great narrative when we seek foundation funding. It makes for a great narrative when we want investments, but it is far from truth. And why do I say this? One of the greatest challenges that the women's agency in India faces is false narratives. If you look at the song that Manjuji sang, she's 47, I checked. I'll be 47 in a week. Manjuji's song was about घर वाले मुझे इंसान नहीं समझते. Is that the truth of every Indian woman? Is that the truth of every Indian family? Manjuji's song was about मैं जब से पैदा हुई हूँ कोई मुझे पढ़ने नहीं देता. Is that the truth of every Indian girl? Is that the truth of every Indian woman? So between these multiple truths and challenges, we need to first acknowledge that women in India are not always waiting to be rescued.
Sure.
That women in India are not victims who have fallen at the sidelines of our democracy. And if you look at women from a perspective of power, that is when the whole equation changes. Because then when you engage with women, you don't engage with us because you pity us. You engage with us because we are damn good investments. And I think that is a narrative. I have seen this narrative when I was recently in Davos, as though everybody in India does not value the power of Indian women. Hogwash. So as to contradict what the compare said, nothing is happening for Indian women. So who are those 220 million women who opened their bank accounts? Who are those 200 million women who went to a bank and got mudra help and started their businesses or restarted their businesses, paid back? NPA for women is less than 2%. Who are those women? Who are those 9 crore women who at the grassroots through self-help groups managed $32 billion every year, showing fiscal prudence, managerial skills? Who are these women? Who are those women who in fact lead the Indian space mission to Mars at 1/10 the cost of the American space mission? The director, the deputy directors, all women. Who are they? Who are the women working in DRDO? We have to acknowledge that the Indian establishment under Prime Minister Modi for the first time in the national education policy has a gender inclusion fund which never happened in the history of our country. Why? So that now education policies will dictate fiscal flow to say that if you want to build infrastructure which is gendered for academia, this is the fund under which you can do it. Who are those women? So I think we need to somewhere divorce ourselves from those lies which have become a part of institutionalized narratives in certain communes. Because till such time you keep saying that women are to be looked at with a sense of pity and loathing, you will not complement the ambitions and the aspirations of the genuine Indian woman. Our challenges have changed from one generation to another. The challenges of my mother's generation are not that of my daughter's generation. We have to recognize that and accept it. Until such time we do not recognize the diversity of challenges, solutions, demography, and age, we do a great injustice to the cause of women. You cannot apply a narrative or an administrative mindset to the challenges of a 50-year-old woman and think that will service the challenges, the aspiration of a 20-year-old woman. That would be myopic. So when you say, what does my ministry do for the agency of women and their capacity to access, let's say, livelihood? I think you do not recognize that it is not incumbent only upon one ministry to look at the women's issues in India. Prime Minister Modi says every department of the government of India has to look at the gender issues. And I think that is the greatest transformation we have seen in governance in our country. That it is no longer the only women and child development which is supposed to look after the women's issues. Why can't the Ministry of Road Transport look after women's issues when they build highways? They insist on building toilets for women. They insist on ensuring there's change room for pregnant women with their babies. They insist on ensuring that access to women with disabilities is ensured on highways and motorways that they build or waterways that they build. So I think we need to also recognize that we cannot say that the agency of women is the headache of only one department. I would rather that every department serves me and my gender.
Thank you. I didn't mean that only the Department of WCD has to take care of women. In fact,
But your question was that.
I asked what your ministry is doing, that's all I asked.
That's my department.
I just wanted to know.
I
is
go to
there a
debates
role-
more often. Sorry, Matthew.
in that same note, is there a message for corporates, ma'am? As the corporates have a role.
I think that, if truth be told, I'm the minister in charge of education when we were building toilets across all government schools. And I saw more, I saw alacrity in support from government institutions as compared to corporate institutions then. That is the hard truth. And the numbers will actually tell you that. So I think what Shalini is doing in Karnataka is great, that she's putting up a platform where everybody comes together, and we actually factually know how much do you put behind the genuine cause to create an effect on the ground, and how much of it is just talk. Because if you look at the numbers of inputs for building over 4 lakh toilets in schools for girls, especially between the year 2014 and 15, not much was done from the perspective of CSR. So how much of our strength is spent on symposiums such as this, and how much of that money is actually spent on ground? There are a few ladies in the house who are cringing and saying, not enough. And that is the hard truth. So if you are looking at a CSR spending for the issues of gender, firstly, my appeal to you would be, how much of it is administrative cost, and how much of it is real money for projects on the ground? And what is the framework under which you choose where to put your money? Is your framework that will make the loudest noise, attract the biggest headlines? Or is your framework that this is where it will actually begin a movement or a change or a cycle of solutions? What is your consideration where you make CSR decisions? Is your CSR decision in some way steeped in the fact, oh, my factory is here, so let me just do it around it? Is your CSR decision steeped in the fact, oh, my boss likes this topic, so let's do it around it? Is your CSR decision, in fact, reflective of the fact, oh, my boss's wife likes this, so let me do something around it? Is your CSR decision also surrounding the fact, oh, I need to work with this officer, this political office, hence let's spend accordingly? So how conscientious are you about your CSR spend? The second issue is, what is the narrative that you create with your CSR spend? For instance, the narrative this morning when the minister was welcomed. Nothing is happening for women. All women are distraught. We have just heard that the mantri has to go. I mean, there's parliament. I'm going to do your job. Did we know? Yes, we knew. So how much of our narrative is created negatively so that you can create an impact as though you can complement your CSR halo? So when you talk about the future of livelihoods, what are you talking about? I have one forum for environment, sustainable and technology, right? You have a forum where you're talking about sustainable action, sustainable businesses. Tell me, what is the framework for first responders during a climate crisis for women and children? Has anybody thought of that? Is any of the dialogue today reflective of that? There is nothing which is a first responders framework anywhere for women and children in a climate crisis. So if you do not create a framework, how will you apply a solution? Which are the agroclimatic zones that you know in your country are susceptible to severe climate change and create an agricultural crisis? Do you have that? Which are the livelihoods then under that framework that get impacted the most? And in those livelihoods, which are the women-dominated livelihoods? So till such time you don't know it, what is the future of livelihoods you talk about? So if you're looking at the future of livelihoods, I'm sorry, Matthew thinks that it was a big mistake calling me. But if you look at the future of livelihoods, Matthew, is the future bereft of technology? So if I have to help Manju somewhere in her village, and I give her technology for climate crisis in English, how helpful do you think that will be for Manju? If you want to serve the tribal population, And a woman, every woman in India in the pandemic is proven she knows how to use a digital device. She needs language to help her use it in. How much of your technology, including sustainable technology, devoted to the diversity of India's language systems? You want to create a future of livelihoods, but you do not take into consideration the future of Indian languages. And you live in the reflected glory of Natu Natu getting an Oscar. Yes, Matthew.
I'm really proud that Natu Natu has won the Oscar. But at the same time, ma'am, a lot of effort.
You see, if you want to look at it from a gender lens, ladies, for years on end, and I've been in media for 2.5 decades, for years on end, women in media were told production is a male bastion. That's where the money is. That's where the daily rush of power is. That is where the scheduling happens with the talent. That is where you fight it out with the unions. It's a man's world in production. But since you're proud about Natu Natu, I must say here that India won an Oscar for the first time in production. It was won by 2 Indian women. And 2 Indian men got it for singing and dancing. Yes, Matthew.
Yeah. No, yeah. So, ma'am, if you look at the various
Kamesh is
programs,
very happy he's not on stage right now.
it truly is. So while what you said is symptomatic of many programs that are run by corporates or NGOs, ma'am, it's not altogether true that that many good organizations take these into account, ma'am.
Yes.
And we try to create models that support the government and work, ma'am. In fact, we just signed a partnership with
I know.
Karnataka. These are
6
models.
crores you gave her.
Yes, ma'am.
I know.
So we have signed a partnership with 3 governments, Madhya Pradesh also, and we're trying to create a model that works, that is very much attuned to the local communities.
So what is that model?
So this is an integrated program, ma'am. All the time we're talking about only health or livelihoods or education.
So where in Madhya Pradesh are you
So
at?
this is in Vidisha district, ma'am.
Okay, and what is the language of Vidisha?
It will be Hindi, ma'am.
And do you take into context the dialects which is there
Yeah,
in
we
Hindi?
do, ma'am. We are very clear.
And what is your language in Karnataka?
In Karnataka, we just Kannada, ma'am.
Kannada. And how much of that module has been
The
contextualized to
model
the
is
social?
completely done, ma'am. It will be
No, no.
completely.
I'm saying how much of that model was done by you and how much was done by her.
It will be.
So you have incorporated an experience that comes from the foundation, correct?
yes.
And what is the model aimed at?
The model is aimed at, this. Yeah, that's the ambition. And the idea is that, ma'am, we are providing a second meal, an additional meal to a child, ma'am. Especially after the COVID, there's been a huge dip in, nutrition levels. We wanted to just bring it up to the.
So let me just give you another context to Karnataka and in the district Belgavi, okay? Firstly, when you say there's a dip in the nutritional value systems after COVID, I'm sorry, with the deepest amount of humility, let me say you're wrong. And I tell you why I say this, that you're wrong. The government of India started something called the Poshan Tracker, where we have 120 million beneficiaries tracked every day. Children who get measured, weighed, their height gets measured every month. And 120 million people that we have as beneficiaries, in fact, has shown that the number of stunting and wasting as compared to the National Family Health Survey is gone down. And these are women who are factually weighing every day. So again, that narrative has a negative premise. I have scientific evidence, which is based on WHO standards, and it covers every Anganwadi, including in Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka. What is fascinating is that when you talk about a meal, malnutrition is not only about feeding. It is also a genetic challenge in terms of a challenge which is intragenerational. So the presumption that you will feed one meal and you will be rid of malnutrition again is a fallacy. Karnataka has one of the greatest examples which took place 2 years ago, which we did with Drakshavalya in a Belgavi area. 1,500 children were given this additional support from the Ayush Ministry. And in the 2 years, in year 1, anemia fell from 30% to 13%. In the year 2, anemia fell from that 13% to 1%. Currently, ICMR is doing a medical validation of the same. So that's what I'm saying, that the premise with which you're supporting is something which will be well intentionally positioned if, let's say, you help Karnataka do the Belgavi experiment in another area. So I do not question intentions. My question or my plea is, can we look at experiences around the country and then leverage our capacity to support issues which have functionally, fundamentally shown fantastic change on the ground? Now, how is that going to be possible? It is going to be possible when people who support the fund flow from your organization have knowledge on their own about what's happening in the country. I'm sure if you had known about the Karnataka experience with Ayush, you may have reached out to Shalini ji to say, how can we duplicate it, instead of saying, just let me add another meal. Because possibly whoever told you this did not know that when a child is denoted acutely malnourished, they already get additional meals from the government of India. Yeah. Drakshavalya, so we already gave an additional meal support. So whoever had positioned that paper, if they had put up for your consideration that apart from the normal one meal, the THR, there is additional meal support, possibly somebody at that table signing that fund flow would have said that if an additional meal is already given by the government, what can I do instead of duplicating that effort? Yes.
In fact, we don't come with a set program, ma'am. We actually work with the government and adapt it or change it as per need, ma'am. That's how we do.
So Vidisha does not have that challenge.
Yes. Ma'am, just coming back to climate change, you just mentioned about climate change. It usually affects the ones who are most dependent on natural, the world, that is farmers or fishermen and others, ma'am. So is there anything that from your initiative, ma'am, the Government of India's initiative, that you're looking at climate change? And
firstly, we need to look at climate issues not from the perspective, again, of only a few communities. If there is a climate crisis, you think it won't affect other communities in that climatic zone? It will affect every citizen. Because if you make it only a farmer's issue or a women's issue, you do not speak the complete truth of saying it affects the entire populace. So let's say if the sea levels rise, do they only rise for the fishermen community? No, it rises for every citizen. So climate crisis issue is an issue for every individual, firstly that. Secondly, when Prime Minister Modi speaks about life, he speaks about a continuous effort and engagement. So what is that continuous effort and engagement? You look at it as a pronouncement from an environment ministry point of view. What is the year of millets? When the Prime Minister says, let's increase the consumption of millets, what are we indicating? Let's decrease the amount of water needed for agricultural purposes. Let's decrease the amount of chemical infusion into our soil for agricultural produce. Let's create a sustainable way of milling that millet in pre-processing stage by village communities, where thereby they create an employment opportunity. So if we look at the climate issue only from what is the environment ministry doing, then again that's a disservice. One also has to recognize that the world accepts today that India's pronouncement with regards to life at COP26 or other climate platforms is a great initiative by India. But we know that climate finance is equally a part of this agenda. Till now, climate resilient infrastructure in India has been built by the funds of the Indian government and the Indian people. So the conversations I think your foundation can have overseas is that when will the world pay up for the problems they ask us to provide solutions to? We are paying for those problems. So climate finance is an issue on which I hope your foundation can start a conversation back in the United States of America.
Ma'am, my next question is, care work and lack of recognition capital. Recognition capital is basically nobody recognizes.
I know what it means, yes.
Is one of the biggest impediments to a women joining active workforce now. Sorry. It's the biggest impediment.
How so? Explain.
It's because
Which part of the care economy is not recognized?
No, it's like...
Because if it was not recognized, your partner, NSDC would not have it as a part of its recognized composite.
No, I mean generally in the community, ma'am, not everywhere again.
If it was not recognized in the community, it would not be a part of the NSDC composite.
No, we are all trying, ma'am. NSDC
It's already
trying.
there in NSDC.
Yes.
Yes.
But that's we feel is an impediment. If it's not...
It's an impediment that NSDC has recognized it?
No. The impediment is that for a woman to join the active workforce, ma'am.
Which is what?
Like
How many women are there in the active workforce right now? We have 420 plus million women in the working age group currently in India, of which 300 million women are in the unorganized segment. Now, when you look at the ILO definition of the unorganized labor, why is that definition derived? It was derived on 2-3 premises. Firstly, when you're a part of the organized sector, you get two things. You get a pension after work life, you get health benefits, then you get maternity benefits, and you get pay parity. Those are the 4 basic pillars of the organized work sector. What has the government done? The government has said that you have to grant 26 weeks of maternity leaves to all women. It does not say you can grant it only in the organized sector but not in the unorganized sector. It says 26 weeks leave for every pregnant woman across the country. The labor code says equal pay for equal work. It does not say equal pay for equal work in the organized sector, not in the unorganized sector. It says equal pay for equal work, every sector. Third, you have something called the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, where you have close to 100 million families, which means if the family size is 4 per people, it is 400 million people getting 5 lakh rupees a year for 1,300 illnesses, including heart surgery, across 28,000 hospitals in this country. And that is the kind of medical support you have for poor families. Fourth, you have an insurance policy for $1 premium a month called Suraksha Bima Yojana, which gives you a cover for life insurance up to 2 lakh rupees. So all the 4 tenets of what are the benefits of the organized sector are now available legislatively in the unorganized sector, which means that the ILO definition now has to be a bit skewed when it looks at India and what is the parity model or employment model in India. And then we have conversation around the unorganized sector, which talks about construction workers. A lot of it is about construction workers or agricultural labor. So if you look at construction workers, who are the people who own the construction companies? Forget the CSR that they do. Can they first fix the construction sites and rights of women? So when you talk about the care economy, which part of that care economy is not recognized? The budget says that 157 nursing colleges will be open in complement to 157 medical colleges in the country. Is that not a recognition of the care economy? Who goes to those nursing schools? A dominance of women. You have 1 lakh plus wellness centers in the country. Who mans them? Women. You have 6 million women frontline health workers who have proved in COVID that they have the audacity to go from home to home, especially when COVID hit and everybody is running indoors. They went from home to home, carrying out tests, checking fevers, reporting back to administration. Is that not a recognition of your care economy because they were backed with a 50 lakh insurance by the government of India? So I have to run to Parliament, Matthew, and I'm sure you've had enough of me.
More questions better than I. No, ma'am, it's always a pleasure to be challenged on these things because every time we learn,
I
we
don't
learn.
present a challenge. The facts do to
Yeah,
you.
that's true. So it's a pleasure, ma'am, talking to you.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming and kick-starting this discussion, ma'am. There've
He
been a lot
uses
of
the word
such-
kick-starting. But it's been a wonderful conversation. We are more than happy to take suggestions. I'm happy that my colleague from the bureaucracy, Shalini ji, is amongst you today. I'm sure if you have feedback, especially about the kick-starting, you can give it to her. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all that you do.
Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor and pleasure to have you here with us. Before you leave us, ma'am, may I request Mrs. Reena Pandey to quickly present a memento as a token of our thanks. Mrs. Reena Pandey, Board Member, AIF. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the epitome of strong women, not only in India but all over the world. That was the Honorable Minister, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, the Honorable Chief Guest, So, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with the rest of the program. The American India Foundation, born in the wake of Gujarat earthquake in 2001, as we heard from Mr. Kamesh Sanghi earlier as well, at the suggestion of the then Prime Minister, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and the initiative of US President, Mr. Bill Clinton, has been working for over 2 decades to advance the most disenfranchised groups and communities in the country, with a special focus on women, children, and youth. This has been their journey. Let's watch this video.
Over the last 21 years, as the world evolved at an unprecedented rate and presented many unique challenges, the American India Foundation has consistently worked as a leading and credible philanthropic platform in the US-India corridor. Since its inception, AIF has dedicated its sustained efforts to improving the lives of India's disadvantaged. With poverty alleviation as a guiding principle, we have created a transformative impact across geographies. Born in the aftermath of the Gujarat earthquake in 2001, as a humanitarian initiative championed by Bill Clinton and Atal Bihari Vajpayee, AIF continues to be a catalyst between the world's 2 largest and most powerful democracies. Driven by our people and our values of transparency, secularism, and non-partisanship, we continue to support communities while transforming India into a more equitable and vibrant country. Further, leveraging our deep connections with governments and other stakeholders, we have mounted the largest nationwide relief response to COVID-19. With a special focus on women, children, and the youth, AIF delivers high-impact interventions in the most essential areas of need: education, health, and livelihoods. Cultivating a robust platform for leadership development, AIF's fellowship program has been nurturing the next generation of leaders to drive an impact across these categories. Targeting ROI optimization and low overheads, AIF is a partner of choice for many organizations and the government for large-scale and ecosystem-wide interventions. Our technical capacity and adherence to the highest financial and governance standards ensure programmatic success, while our well-entrenched and flexible framework ensures innovative solutions and valuable conversations through our work. In the years that lie ahead, we will continue to foster a culture of equity, inclusion, and positive discrimination, while transforming the lives of the underprivileged communities at large. Among our many milestones, we aim to reduce newborn mortality, create sustainable livelihoods, strengthen the education system, and nurture service leaders. We thank you for helping us bring our vision to life. We couldn't have done it without you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing that vision with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege and honor of having in our midst this morning guest of honor, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh. She will be joining us in a few moments. She is the Additional Chief Secretary, Planning, Government of Karnataka, and also looks after Program Monitoring and Statistics Department. As ACS Planning, she is instrumental in charting the roadmap for Karnataka's $1 trillion economy US dollars roadmap. She also serves as the Additional Chief Secretary at the Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports. She has worked in multiple capacities in the Government of India. Dr. Shalini Rajneesh is currently the Additional Chief Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Civil Aviation, Shipping, Agriculture and Road Transport. She joined the Indian Administrative Services in the year 1989 at the age of just 22 years and was the topper amongst the women in her batch. She has a gold medal in both her bachelor's as well as a master's in psychology. After joining the service, she completed PhD in rural development from Mangalore University and subsequently an MBA from La Trobe University, Australia. Karnataka State Women's University has honored her with Doctorate of Literature in the year 2013. May I now request respected guest of honor to please join us on stage and share her thoughts with us. Please welcome with a round of applause.
A very good morning to all of you. We've all warmed up. Okay. I will just take you through certain facts and figures pertaining to Karnataka. First of all, I'm extremely grateful to American Indian Foundation for the wonderful association that we've had in Karnataka for the COVID times. And I would like to acknowledge at this stage what they have contributed in the field of education by bringing in the digital connect for those who were not having the digital facilitation for continuing their education. For the health, very, very critical, saved thousands of lives for their, due to their in-time support for the health equipments, etc. And very recently what Madam Smriti Irani was saying, that the project in Aspiration Taluka of Yadgir district of Karnataka, which is one of the very, very poor indicators showing. I know we all should see the half glass full, but there is half glass empty also, and that's where as administrators we try to focus upon. So the multi-pronged strategy that is being taken up in this Anemia Mukt Karnataka program with the help of American Indian Foundation is to not only ensure that we have a baseline survey of where the problem is, why the problem is, and where are the solutions. So we look at best practices. So I brought this booklet and I'll leave it here. Of course, the soft copy is available. We showcase best practices of governance in different fields to encourage its replication across. And what Madam had spoken about the Ayush department's thing is one of the best practice which we have already showcased. It is an Ayurvedic preparation called Dhatu, and it doesn't cost even 200 rupees person, and within 180 days you find amazing difference in the hemoglobin levels. Similarly, we have spirulina. Similarly, we have Satyasai Shore protein, so which we are giving to children. Now, the need of the hour is that we exchange the knowledge the success stories, whether it is in the corporate sector or in the government sector. We customize it to the requirement and see to it that another model, another success story is created with the public and private partnership to ensure that we replicate it, and that is what would lead to the country becoming a developed country, becoming 100% inclusive growth, prosperity, etc. I take this opportunity of sharing some of the very, very unique initiatives of Karnataka, because I understand the corporates who are here would love to use those initiatives. It helps you in your CSR, it helps you in your project formulation, implementation, and very focused outcome approach. So we have, like Niti Aayog, we have created the Karnataka State Institute for Transformation, wherein we are having 8 experts being invited from global level on a startup mode. You know, Karnataka is not only an IT capital, but also a startup hub. So we are looking at some experts who have already done some work, whether it relates to livelihood, relates to anemia mitigation, poverty, multidimensional poverty mitigation, or agricultural productivity, or climate resilience, etc., etc. So the important sustainable development goal indicators, we are looking at a proof of concept. These experts will be hired from the market, put into this institute, which is chaired by the Chief Minister, and an amount is provided for doing the incubation as well as replication. So the best part of this Transformation Institute, which is first of its kind in the country, that we want innovation to be replicated on a large scale so that our outcomes are multiplied and we reach that goal of equality which we keep talking about. The second very good initiative of Nudge Foundation, wherein we are getting about 10 people from the private sector, executives, who again have done wonderful work in their own companies, and we engage them in different departments so that they come out with, again, innovative solutions, because business as usual will not work. I'm very happy to say that one of the innovations happened with Vadvani Foundation, wherein we worked with the agriculture department, created a cell wherein the farmers would be told how to encash the carbon credits. So if they were doing the integrated farming, organic farming, millet farming, and so on and so forth. So these are the kind of solutions we are looking at for, again, achieving the same objective of, let's say, the doubling the farmers' income, or even gender parity. Another very beautiful project, which with the help of IIIT Bangalore, has been the data lake. Now we all know that data is huge and flowing everywhere. From the planning department, we've ensured that the data from almost 1,200 sources for each and every individual of Karnataka, we have about 7 crore plus, is amalgamated into a lake that thinks. So what we come out with, using, let's say, the National Health and Family Survey, it says 45% children are anemic and 65% pregnant women are anemic. So where are these 45% or 65%? We need to cross-verify, collate a lot of other data bases, and then spot them out on a geographical information system, then link it with converged schemes. As ma'am said, we are already giving supplementary nutrition, we are already giving midday meals and stuff like that, and from the health department, a lot of iron, folic, everything. Still it's not working. So what is it that is lacking is what the data lake does. We look at different correlations, then we find out which is the highest correlation, and we then predict that, okay, if I make a change of 1% in this factor, how much of infant mortality or maternal mortality it is going to reduce. With this, all I'm ensuring is that my budgetary resources are optimally utilized for the best of outcomes that I could have imagined. The Akanksha portal, again, ma'am was very impressed, and she wants this Akanksha portal to be customized for women and child department, wherein the CSR fund flow for the women and child benefit schemes should get documented, and not just, see, this is not a portal for getting the inflow of CSR funds. It is an integrated portal wherein we are connecting all the field level functionaries, in my case about 15,000 plus government officials, right from the Gram Panchayat, Taluka, district, secretary level. Everybody is on boarded in this platform. Plus, we have the NGOs, about 6,000 plus NGOs who are registered on the Niti Ayog's Darpan portal. That means they are known NGOs. They are working, actually good work there is happening in their own small areas. And then we have all the corporates who get into the CSR definition, and therefore we do a matchmaking through this. So I'm very happy and proud to say that particularly during the COVID times, in few months we got about 300 crore flowing in and documented on Akanksha portal. And we've documented each and every project, each and every outcome with the pictures, with the locations on this portal. So whenever you have time, please do look at www.akankshakarnataka.gov.in, and you can make your choice. You can decide, I want to go to this district, I want to work in education, what is it that is lacking? So what is there, I have it. But what is not there, I map it. And what I can do it from my budgetary resources, I do not seek any CSR funding. But the flexibility where I need, innovation which I need, is where CSR funds come very handy and obviously very, very satisfying. And we got India CSR award this year for this project. Ministry of Corporate Affairs is also looking at scaling it up across the states, while other states are individually doing it. Now, just to take one project, how do we look at a project formation? Today, our topic is to get the share of labor force participation, female labor force participation to be increased. Now, just take it backwards. If we don't have equal opportunity for the women, if we don't get them good education, good health, and if they're not out of that poverty vicious circle, then their chances of getting into the into the formal labor force participation are less. Therefore, if we look at this root cause analysis, we look at what is the critical element where we should put in our resources, both in kind and cash, and see that it improves. Now, I give you just a quick picture of what is the connection between livelihood and skilling. We know that about 9% of the population of Karnataka is multidimensionally poor. And according to me, if we teach, as this saying goes, that if you teach somebody how to fish, then you don't have to feed fish to them to ensure that they are out of poverty or malnutrition. So that's precisely what skilling does. So no amount of overemphasis is required, particularly in this gathering, because we all know what an important role skilling does. But look at the facts. I have 2 crore youth population. I look after youth empowerment and sports also. And only 10 lakh of them, which includes men and women, girls and boys, are today skilled. That means the rest of them are not having any formal skilling. So what is it that I need to do? When I calculate my demand, I need almost 5,000 skill institutions if they have to cater to this population across my state. So for this, I need a kind of a tie-up. Now, we have a tie-up, again, Vadvanis have done the tie-up, Tatas have done a tie-up with the ITIs of Karnataka. This year, we have got all the ITIs, polytechnics of Karnataka being converted into skill centers. So morning time, they are giving skill to, the usual degree classes of the students, but afternoon timing, they are giving to other sections of society, of course, including women in that. So the ultimate, partnership that we are looking at, particularly with the corporates, is that we must look at what is the demand of skill in the industry, and then get back to the institutions. Thanks to the new education policy, we have created vocationalization in the school level 6 standard onwards. And that is, there's a new program in Karnataka, which Honorable Chief Minister has announced, is providing 10 lakh students an apprenticeship training of a few weeks in a nearby industry. And that would give them the idea of what is entrepreneurship, what is actually a work situation, and therefore prepares them, both girls and boys, it prepares them for the future work-related thing. Now I will show the basic data of what we have and what we don't have. Ma'am already mentioned how many people have a bank account, but then we have a small number which does not have a bank account. That means the financial literacy and the digital literacy has to be reached. And one simple thing of women, 50% women have mobile phone, but only 30% have an internet access. Now the lack of resources, the lack of assets and other support mechanisms that traditionally some pockets of India faces, that is where we have to make a dent. Rest of them are doing well. The figures already show that we are much more improved what we were probably 5 years ago. We have these training centers, and one of the very interesting story I would like to tell about the Selco group, where we are trying to look at, I'll just show this Selco thing, right. So they are coming out with solar powered livelihood solutions. For example, the vegetable vendor can have a small refrigerator, solar powered, a small fan, a small electric bulb, so that even during the night hours the livelihood thing continues. And the very interesting thing that I found was that they were doing the machines which ma'am talked about, that for example, if millets are grown locally, why they should not be processed locally. So processing of like dal mill and other wheat flour and other than that. But the more interesting one was roti making machine. So when we talk of the unpaid caregiver, Matthew was mentioning that, see, these women who are not able to get into the formal sector today due to their primary responsibilities to the family, which cannot be avoided, but certainly can be compensated. Not only compensated, but it is also an opportunity for them to create a livelihood, resource, a livelihood opportunity for that region. Now, just think for a moment, if you had community kitchens run by men or women, whatever, it's a livelihood, but not every woman has to do that in every household. And I was very pleasantly surprised. I went to Thailand recently. Everywhere I found street food, being sold, everything, right from cut fruits to all kinds of food materials. And the local people told me that it is generally discouraged to have a kitchen in a house in Thailand. I don't know how far it is true, but I thought it was like dream come true, that if the woman could be freed from that monotony of the kitchen, preparing food for whether there are 2 people, 4 people, 5 people, but she has to do the whole thing, procuring, making, cleaning, everything. It becomes one side, frees her for the formal productivity involvement, but at the same time, you are creating so much of livelihood. So the number of vendors who were producing food was innumerable. In fact, one of the malls, I was surprised that, it's a huge posh mall, I forget the icon, I think. The whole of the ground floor was full of this street food first. So how much importance they gave to it. And since everybody has to eat outside, your hygiene, nutrition, sanitation, everything has to be looked after. That was one way of doing it. And then I have a program in Karnataka, CM announced it recently, giving for the first time, creating self-help groups for boys. You've heard of self-help groups for women. With that success, we wanted the boys who were loitering around, dropping out and then doing nothing without the skill and all. So we created them into Swami Vivekananda groups. And then I told them, why don't you start this roti making machine? Then looking at the machine, they said, yes, we can do it. We can hire 1 or 2 people, we can do it. Then I said, all right. LG company came forward. They said, we will create an LG cafe. In that LG cafe, you will have washing machines, the modern electric washing machines. You will have the computer for the cyber internet services. You will have a microwave where you can produce healthy food items like a fast food item, and so on and so forth. So an LG cafe is what they have come out with, a project where the boys can run the thing. So this is one part of the food side. The second, what is it that what is not allowing the woman to come out of the household responsibilities is the looking after of the child, looking after the elderly parents. So can we not have community creches, community elderly care people? And in fact, one project with Women and Child Department we started, wherein we brought in the elderly people of the village with the Anganwadi. So these grandmothers or grandfathers used to come and give those folk stories to the children in the Anganwadi and tell them, what was their wisdom, and that would take away the boredom of one Anganwadi teacher handling so many 50 children and so on. And at the same time, these elderly people could, relive their young age where they were contributing. And then the third benefit is that the legacy, the culture, the traditions through the folklore were passed on. So these are very, very small but simple yet very effective innovations that can be done. Coming to the unpaid care economy, the Honorable Prime Minister has been looking at the vision of 5 trillion GDP for India. And our Chief Minister has got an action plan made for 1 trillion GDP by 2032. Now, one of the statistics shows that if the unpaid care economy work is actually valued, we put it into a formal sector, the GDP can go up by 25% straight. So we are only counting 20% of the women in the formal sector of labor participation. 80% of them are today, they are contributing to the growth, but they are not being accounted for. So as ma'am rightly said, that ILO definitions and other definitions have to change to ensure that we look at gender care. So here I would propose to the corporate partners, would you like to come out with these models where you create this infrastructure through a local NGO and then see that the women in the households today are given the skill and they are brought into the formal labor market, and we see growth in health, in economy, and in the nation as a whole. Finally, I would like to say that the way forward, yes, we have to see that the women get access to the capital. So we know the SHG group movement, 1 lakh per SHG is being given to 1 lakh SHG groups. We have created a portal where women SHG products are being branded under Asmita as a brand, and they are being put onto the portal, and that is being connected with an MOU with Amazon and Flipkart, so that whatever can be sold off can be, they could get the online marketing thing. Of course, the digital marketing, digital literacy and financial literacy has to be a precursor. We have to look at social startups. So when I said community kitchen, community care, we have to look at that social entrepreneurship model, which will, I'm sure, in the long run, change that mindset that yes, livelihoods are gender neutral, and both men and women have an equal opportunity to do whatever they want. We just have to create a facilitative environment. With these words, I would thank you for your patient listening, and I would be very happy and take this opportunity to invite all the corporates through Akanksha portal to look at the best practices that we have, NGOs have, corporates have, and let's replicate success, let's replicate growth, prosperity with good and sustainable livelihoods. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. It's an absolute pleasure to listen to the initiatives of Government of Karnataka, and we would love to replicate them, of course, all over India. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us almost to the end of the first part of the program, but before that, may I invite Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, Director, Livelihoods and CEO, Market Aligned Skills Foundation, to kindly present a memento as a token of our appreciation and thanks to the respected guest of honor, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we are starting with our panel discussion. Please bear with us while we get the stage ready for the panel discussion. Meanwhile, I'll introduce the panelists and what this discussion promises to be all about. So in this session, our esteemed panelists are Ms. Rupali Kathuria, Lead Social Impact for South Asia and MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. She is representing MasterCard. Mr. Sunil Dahiya, Executive Vice President Skilling, Vadvani Foundation. Mr. Rishikesh Patankar, CEO, CSC Academy. Ms. Pia Bahadur, Co-founder and CEO, Mirabills. And the moderator for this session is Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, Director, Livelihood, American India Foundation, and CEO, MASF. While the stage is being prepared, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the esteemed panelists to all of you. Ms. Rupali Kathuria is the Lead Social Impact for South Asia and MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. She has been successfully leading social impact programs focusing on driving financial literacy and business growth of micro and small enterprises in India and the other markets of South Asia. She joined MasterCard in 2020 and was leading external communication campaigns and initiatives for the South Asia market. We have with us Mr. Sunil Dahiya, who is the Executive Vice President Skilling, Vadvani Foundation. He's a veteran in the space of vocational education, driving both the demand as well as the supply side solutions for skilling, and has a 3-decade rich experience including working with industry verticals like IT, ITES, BFSI, healthcare and retail on the demand side, and working with academic and training institutions on the supply side. In this session, we will also have Mr. Rishikesh Patankar, who is the Chief Executive Officer of CSC Academy. He's heading the education business at CSC E-Governance Services India Limited, which is the SPV of Ministry of Electronics and IT. He's currently a member of the E-Governance, is the co-founder and CEO of Mirabills, an Android application that helps micro entrepreneurs succeed by providing them with the technology needed to manage their businesses better. Mirabills works closely with governments, international bodies and NGOs to deliver technological innovations to accelerate financial and digital inclusions. It is also a training-led model that focuses on supporting women entrepreneurs, particularly the first-time tech users. And as I shared, the session is being moderated by Mr. Kamesh Sanghi. So Ladies and gentlemen, amongst your applause, may I request them all to please join us on stage. A warm welcome to you all. I now hand it over to you, the session moderator, to take the session forward.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mandeep. And I think quite a exciting and informative beginning to the whole Future of Livelihoods event, I guess. And I think we are going to be discussing many of the aspects related to women entrepreneurship and how an ecosystem can be built. The whole theme of this particular session is enabling the ecosystem for women entrepreneurship and preparing them for the next leap. So many of the discussions that have happened already through various models that Shalini ma'am shared and through some of the questions that Smriti Irani ma'am had taken up will be part of this discussion. So we will be starting off with the whole aspect of what are the ecosystem enablers. I will be asking each of the panelists to share their experiences, what they have been undertaking towards women entrepreneurship, what have been the enablers, what have been the barriers that they have faced before we move on to the next part of the discussion. So I'll probably start with Sunil. Sunil, over to you.
Thank you, and it's pleasure to be part of this panel discussions, and thanks to America India Foundation. We work together in many initiatives all across the country. So coming very specific to this question, Kamesh asked about, in terms of what do we see, in terms of what are enablers, that's the key part. So looking at it from our perspective, what we always see is the education and training and technology, all three of them, and I'll just like to touch upon each one of them. There are initiatives across the globe which start from entrepreneurship education to the girl child and the boy, right from primary section. And I'll share in my later part of the conversation, how does that really impact and change the whole spectrum on the other side. So be it, let me give you an example. If we happen to be in a country and let me take examples in developing countries, Mexico. If there are 100 students in a room and you ask them, what do you want to be at the end of the program, 99 hands will go up on entrepreneurship. And mind you, there'll be 60% or 50% girls in the room. Versus, let's say when we still look at our side, it will be still towards maybe job first, then getting into some self-employment, or maybe entrepreneurship. Now slowly things have started changing, it is getting better, but there is a way to go. So this is the first part, which is the let's say the education and training part. The second part, which is to do with technology. Now this is another big enabler which is possible today. Of course today, Minister Madam was very clearly articulating in terms of how we are progressing on this journey. And with 1.2 billion mobile phones in India and 500 million now are smartphones. And as we evolve, as we go to the last mile, technology can take things to the last mile, even at a village or even at the last mile of the country. So from that perspective, with technology movement, how can technology reach the right individual, taking care of the local modalities? Is it language? Is it video? Is it what is the right way to do it? That's what we need to think of. But these two, I'll start off. Are the two aspects: both the education and training part, skilling included, and then the technology aspect, which are the key enablers for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Would you also like to touch upon some of the barriers, or would you like to take that a little later?
Okay, so maybe since you asked, let me address some barriers today. So, of course, we all know about the barriers which are things like availability of funds, capital, funds availability, the socio-economic structure which we have, the subconscious, bias towards the gender. There are aspects like this which are barriers today. The schemes which come in, or the initiatives which should be coming from enablers to enable the change to happen. So whether it is, maybe at a later stage we'll talk about an example, but just to give you an example, this is from Uttarakhand, so right home. There is a kind of fruit Uttarakhand produces, which is used for producing jam across the country. Now there is time in the summer when they have so much of that fruit that they rather would dump it on the road versus because storing them in a truck or storing them in a house is more costlier than dumping them on the road. Now here is an opportunity. Removing barriers and ultimately coming forward is one. Maybe Uttarakhand as a state requires food processing unit in every 5 kilometers. And who best can run this could be a woman along with 4 or 5 people to start with. Now this can come together wonderfully well, and we can think of export quality jam as well if the enablers like government, industry, and the women entrepreneurs, and in fact, let me put entrepreneurs, not only women, even men. So if all this put together, this can move forward. Just an example of how barriers can be removed, just trying to also cover up the barrier part. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunil. I think we will be doing some deep dives into some of the models and best practices that you've had. I'll go to Rupali now. And Rupali, of course, leads the Center for Inclusive Growth at MasterCard. And MasterCard has been funding women entrepreneurship for very long. And there are various NGOs which have been implementing for MasterCard. So Rupali, I would also like to get from you as to what you feel are the enablers and the barriers, and bringing in this multi-stakeholder perspective and across the country. What do you feel are the biggest challenges, and how do you think we should move ahead in building the entrepreneurship ecosystem for women?
Sure. Thank you, Kamesh. I think I'll first address the barrier piece, and Shalini ma'am addressed this in a very simplified manner. The societal norm actually says, and actually what is described in India, women's primary responsibility is taking care of the family. So that is one of the biggest barriers which at MasterCard we are trying to address through the programs that we are running in the country. The second barrier I would say is, as Sunil sir just mentioned, that access to capital. If a woman decides to start her own business, the biggest challenge which she faces today is access to capital. Because women usually in our country traditionally do not have any collateral or any property in their own names. So they have to take it, or when they apply for loans, they actually have to ask their fathers or their husbands to apply for loan for them. So that's like a major barrier, and also that the biases within the system, like a lot of financial institutions today in the country, they don't give loans to women entrepreneurs. Their preference and their suggestion to most of the women entrepreneurs is that the fathers or the husband should apply for the loan, because the process would be a little easier if that happens. I think the third barrier I would say is information inequality. While a lot of women today have smartphones, but majority of women in the rural parts of the country, they still don't own a smartphone. They don't understand that how a smartphone can actually, enable them to reach out to, various networks or wider market linkages. So that's again another barrier. And I would also say, now coming to the next part of your question, that what are the enablers? I think right at the same time when I say that these are the challenges, these are also the enablers. So if the family is supporting a woman entrepreneur, it's definite that she's going to be successful. So family support is definitely an enabler if a husband or the entire family is, helping or coming forward to share the load of the caregiving, which is actually considered like a primary responsibility of just a woman, then I think then that solves a lot of problems for the women entrepreneur. The second bit is, which I touched upon, is access to finance or access to capital. In our country, while there are a lot of financial institutions which are trying to cut or reduce or eliminate the biases which are there in the system, but there's a long way to go. But that's definitely an enabler that, if there are financial institutions sitting here who are listening, then there is definitely a need to develop solutions which are for women. And the more we give them that support, I think we will have their participation would improve in the formal economy. And then the third bit is in terms of owning of smartphones or the information access. What we really need to do, and that's also an enabler for women entrepreneurs, we need to create solutions, the technology or digital solutions which are unique to the needs of women. And we need to train these women so that they can start using these digital tools, start leveraging these digital tools to reach out to wider markets and sell their products online. And I think something, Kamesh, which you would know, because we're also working very closely with American India Foundation on various programs, something which MasterCard really believes and which is working really good for us is the collaboration between government, private sector, and civil society. Till the time all of us do not come together, and government has actually introduced so many schemes which are being offered to women entrepreneurs. But it is the responsibility of the private sector and civil society to actually reach to the last mile. We can use technology, we can use offline medium to reach to these women entrepreneurs and ensure that the schemes which government is rolling out, women can actually benefit through those schemes.
Thank you, Rupali. I think that was quite a comprehensive set of enablers and barriers, and it is interesting how they are, of course, now getting interlinked. And as we move ahead with the discussion, we'll probably go into more layers of it. Just to add, for example, access to finance is often a question mark that comes up, is often a barrier. But access to finance and access to capital has many layers to it. As a small example, when we were doing our street vendor program, the government is facilitating a loan of 10,000 rupees for the street vendors. And when we worked with the women street vendors, what we realize is that access to finance, the first question itself is whether they are even aware of such entitlements. There are so many schemes, Smriti ma'am said how it is so essential that we kind of do a research on what the government is already doing before investing any dollar further into it. And we realized that the access to information wasn't there, right? Even if the access to information was there, there was no headway that they had in terms of how they would access it. And even if they would finally get down to accessing, the time taken is sometimes so long for any loan processing. It could be 6 months, 8 months, that by the time you get down to receiving that loan, you've already kind of lost the purpose. And in fact, I would invite all of you to look at the Pehchan Pay software. We have a display of that we have developed with MaxPay, which enables loan release within 40 to 50 minutes instead of several months, right? And 40 days is like a minimum because we have, in a way, leveraged AI. So I think information, the timelines, the documentation, I think all of those are very essential. And that is quite nicely, moving to what Pia is doing, and in terms of enabling women. So Pia, over to you on having worked on the ground in terms of enabling women to adopt digital technologies and digital assets. What are the barriers and enablers that you feel are there on the ground?
Yes, thank you. It has been a great morning listening to, the view from the top kind of a thing, where we talk of crores and lakhs of users. We work on the field and work with women entrepreneurs and watch them use technology. So the barriers and the kinds of issues that they face and the challenges that they face are maybe slightly different while coming from the same place of access to credit and access to marketplaces and managing their own businesses and time. Those are both enablers and impediments as you, or the challenges that the woman entrepreneur faces. But what we realized is that technology is an enabler. But so what we see is it needs social change to get her out of the house. Where we talk about, and the narrative has to change, the storytelling has to change along with these other things. First she needs to step out of the house, then there is a systemic change, that these schemes are available, the government is coming in, the lenders are looking at it more carefully. Then there is a behavioral change for her, where we start talking about why she needs to be motivated, why she wants to do this, and so on and so forth. And then there is the skilling, the capacity building that must come in. So it's almost like, you guide her through the entire process of coming out of the house to becoming, to staying in the house and doing the business, but enabling her very, very deeply. And then, of course, the access to credit and the access to marketplaces, and all of them have to be leveraged. And technology certainly brings all of this to bear. Looking at the scale of things, the way to scale would necessarily have to include technology, AI, skilling, and all of this in a very comprehensive, integrated manner is what we realize. While we are touted as a technology company, really much of our work is in understanding the ecosystem and delivering what is required in manners that are not necessarily only technical, but very hybrid models. So that's how we are looking at it in terms of what is enabling and what is on the field is kind of sort of also the.
Thanks, Pia. Yeah, I think just to add this whole aspect about comprehensive and holistic approach is, I think, so essential. And again, if you look at the Mission Shakti scheme that the Ministry of Women and Child Development has launched, there is an aspect on women's protection, there is an aspect on gender violence, there is an aspect on their participation in the economy, and then there is an aspect on economic empowerment. So I think when we look at women livelihood and evolving it to entrepreneurship level, it is definitely not something that we can look at in isolation. And isolation, I mean in terms of even just economic empowerment being the core focus. We have to look at all of it. And Manjuji, as you all have heard, is actually a mobilizer. And one of the challenges that she faced when she was mobilizing from the community was that there was not acceptance from the women in the community, right? Because they also need to be convinced. And this song is actually an evolution of her experiences of working with, communities. And so I think there are a lot of creative ways that we need to have. I will now go to Rishikesh, who's the CEO of the CSE Academy and the Chief Operating Officer of CSE. CSE has a very unique model where they have actually kind of scaled women entrepreneurship at a national level, and that too at the rural level. So I'm very keen to hear from what have been your experiences regarding the enablers, barriers, and anything related to the VLE model, Rishikesh.
Thank you, Kamesh. Firstly, India has a large digital canvas, as we all know. 1.3 billion Aadhaar-enabled people, biometric devices, almost 1 billion plus internet subscribers, 600 million plus smartphones. India is on the digital transformation journey, and common service centers are part of the larger Digital India program, which was launched by Government of India in 2015. In fact, common service centers are also the world's largest rural entrepreneurship model, we can say that. And out of our 5.75 lakh, that is 575,000 common service centers, which are located in nook and corner of the country, almost 15% of these centers are actually run by women. And we encourage women to run these centers because there is a trust factor with women. If you go to a center which is manned by a woman, you go to a bank where a woman is dealing with you, in your childhood you have seen women teachers teaching you. I think that trust factor becomes more important, and that is why most of our projects we are allocating to women entrepreneurs so that they get motivated and they also motivate the society in general. In terms of barrier, I was listening to some of the panelists. I think credit linkages and financial facilitation is a major problem. We did a few projects over last 2-3 years with NABARD, with SIDBI. But what we have seen is in the country, we just have 55,000 bank branches. And we have 6.5 lakh villages and 2.5 lakh gram panchayats. So 55,000 bank branches. Person has to move from a panchayat or a village to a branch to get the service. Even if everything is there, there is a proposal, there is a successful model, banks do not support. I think that has improved a little bit after demonetization, but I think there is a lot to be done by the banks in terms of credit linkage and giving a collateral-free loan to the people who want it, to the entrepreneurs who want it. I think that is a major hindrance. Another aspect is digital and financial inclusion. I think we have seen the fintech movement which has happened in the country after demonetization, and we are #1 in terms of financial transactions. You see the API graphs, the trend lines moving ahead and all that. I think policy, as Madam mentioned in the morning, policies, government policies are there. There are a lot of schemes which are successful and favorable to gender, and there are certain gender budgeting schemes also available in all the ministries. I think those funds are also not tapped. Many times, maybe 3-4 years back, I saw that a lot of these funds are never utilized and they go back into the pool. I think this is one of the important problem. Then digital financial inclusion. Today, if you see Times of India, on the inner side of a half page, there is a survey by a National Sample Survey Organization, which says that between age group of 14 and 29 years, women, they have not, almost 40% of the women are sitting at home. They are not getting any training, or they are not, as a part of the job, they are doing nothing. So I think this is an alarming situation where this survey has actually done around 1 lakh households, and the reports have come out. I think another important barrier is the family support. We see, I think the social values when women is working, that is now basically disappearing, but I think more family support will help. Honorable Prime Minister has talked about work from home. I think this is the most important criteria. In our organization and many others, we see if we provide work from home to a woman who is capable, I think that opportunity should be given to a woman. I think these are from my side. I'll talk later. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Rishikesh. Quite an interesting point you touched upon towards the end, which is work from home. And I think it's such a massive opportunity. Honestly, if within my program you would ask what is my favorite topic to explore, it will be work from home. For the simple reason that as a livelihood professional, and we've been doing skilling. NSDC is our partner. We've been struggling for creating employment. The fact is, even after 10 years, rural employment still doesn't exist. And it's such a big structural barrier, because we as CSOs cannot necessarily take service companies or manufacturing companies to the rural areas. So the only way is to connect them to jobs which are there in the cities, which again means it's a big barrier. And especially a barrier for women and persons with disability too, because migration is such a big challenge for them. And if we can create some solutions, India has the second largest freelancing community in the world. Can we create and skill women to work from home, not necessarily in a job, but at least something where they can do part-time, which is what they truly want to do. I think while we have kind of covered the enablers and barriers, I do want to mention that we also had Ms. Tilakam Rajendran, who was part of our panel. Unfortunately, she lost her sister and so could not make it. But inclusion is a very, very important aspect at American India Foundation. And we did want to understand how NIDAR Foundation has been able to create entrepreneurship opportunities for women with disability. And I'm actually in awe because, we work with persons with disability and we know how many barriers there are even to get a job. and entrepreneurship at a certain reasonable scale is something which is good. So we do have a representative from NIDAR Foundation. If you want to share some experiences that you have, we'll be very, very keen to listen to that. And, of course, the enablers, and there will be many barriers, I understand, but over to you if you want to share some of the experience of how NIDAR Foundation has been able to bring in women entrepreneurs with disability into the, focus area.
Good morning, everyone. गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। जो हमारा निडा फाउंडेशन है वो स्पेशली हम डिसेबल लोगों के लिए ही बनाया गया है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने ये देखा होगा कि नॉर्मल्स के लिए तो है, फिर भी फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, लेकिन हमारे लिए फैसिलिटीज़ तो हमारे लिए भी है, लेकिन खाली व्हील चेयर देना या हमारे लिए कुछ फंड देना या हमारे लिए कुछ अलग से कुछ करना वो सब करते हैं, लेकिन हमारे बिजनेस को लेकर आगे आना वो बहुत ही कम लोग कर पाते हैं, जो कि हमारी तिलकम राजेंद्र मैम हैं जिन्होंने ये पहल करी है हम लोगों के लिए कि हमारे बिजनेस को लेकर आए, हमारे साथ साथ हमारे बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ाएं। तो हम लोग बिजनेस भी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि सबको मालूम है कि डिसेबल लोग हैं, प्रॉब्लम्स होंगी, लेकिन वो प्रॉब्लम्स को हम लोग फेस कैसे करते हैं, उसकी जो बारीकियां हैं वो समझना बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। कि हम लोगों को बोल दिया जाता है कि हाँ आप काम करिए, हम आपके साथ हैं, लेकिन सिर्फ साथ रहना ही ये काम नहीं है। जब तक एक अच्छा मेंटर नहीं मिलेगा, जैसे फैमिली में पेरेंट्स हैं अगर हमें गाइड करने के लिए, तो बिजनेस को भी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जब तक हमें कोई एक अच्छा मेंटर नहीं मिलेगा, हमें वो सिस्टम नहीं मिलेगा कि हाँ कोई हमारा अच्छे से साथ दे, हमारी बारीकियों को समझे, हमारी प्रॉब्लम्स को समझे। आज मैं एक ऑनलाइन सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हूँ, मैं अपना बुटीक चलाती हूँ, परिधान बुटीक नाम से मेरा बुटीक है। तो सीरियसली मेरे को नहीं मालूम था कि ऑनलाइन सर्विस भी होती है बुटीक में, तो ये चीज़ मुझे मेरी मेंटर ने बताई, मुझे तिलकम मैम ने बताई, मुझे ये फैसिलिटी दी। आज मैं अपनी व्हीलचेयर कैरी करके हैंडीकैप स्कूटी पे मैं डोर टू डोर सर्विस भी करती हूँ। तो ये सारी चीज़ें जब तक इकोसिस्टम में मुझे ऐसे मेंटर लोग नहीं आएंगे, हमारे सिस्टम को आगे नहीं बढ़ाएंगे, हमें फाइनेंशियली भी सपोर्ट मिल रही है, नेटवर्किंग भी मिल रही है, बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं। मैं फ्रैंकली स्पीक करना चाहूँगी सर कि मैं इंग्लिश में बहुत ज़्यादा वीक हूँ, मुझे इंग्लिश नहीं आती है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं आज इस मुकाम पर हूँ। तो ओनली थैंक्स फॉर तिलकम राजेंद्र मैम एंड राजेंद्र सर, एंड थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू सो मच। मैं और बात करना चाहता हूँ आपसे, और मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि तिलकम मैम के साथ मैं शायद पूरा दिन बिता सकता हूँ, बिकॉज इतना एनिग्मेटिक है मेरे लिए ये अपॉर्चुनिटी, और कैसे उन्होंने इतने सारे विमेन विद डिसेबिलिटी को सपोर्ट किया है। सो गोइंग फॉरवर्ड, आई थिंक आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही, नेटवर्किंग। We did a research in Assam and Bengal. AIF is part of a collaborative called the Big Bets Collaborative, which is going to be funded by Oak Foundation, and we have about 8 to 9 partners over there. And social capital and recognition capital, those are the two, one of the biggest barriers that really came out. कि women को ना networking opportunity मिलती है, and the other aspect is, of course, they are not recognized in banks, in the markets, or in many of the business aspects, while the schemes are supporting. So I think there is a sort of a comprehensive set of enablers and barriers that we have. The way we are going to be having this session is we are going to be deciphering and taking it to a more focused 3 or 4 towards the end. But I want to bring in 2 more perspectives into this conversation. With Wadhwani Foundation and MasterCard, Rupali and Sunil actually work as in organizations where they have a global perspective coming in. So women entrepreneurship, there is also an aspect of how women entrepreneurship is being developed globally. So my question to Sunil first, and then to Rupali will be that what is it, are there any global perspectives that they can share? And then, of course, to Rupali specifically on some of the government initiatives or partnerships that they have successfully done. Before I move on to Pia and Rishikesh and get the, the rural side and what have been the sort of enablers for them. So, yeah, Sunil.
Thank you. So when we look at the global perspective on this part, actually, there are countries, let me put the background first. Take countries like, now I might start with a country name, you might suddenly feel, what am I talking about? Rwanda in Africa, 50% participation, women entrepreneurs in the entire system. Go back to Mexico, 40% roughly. Brazil, 40%. Come down to Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, anywhere between 35, 38%. US would be around 28%. UK would be around 30%. And, our home, we would be, we can debate between 15 to 20%. So the whole aspect is, how do we see it? So before I share the best practices which we have come across, because we work in nearly 28 countries in this field of entrepreneurship. But before I go there, one of the key aspects is how the big difference which we see and something to learn from is what's the aspiration? Is it like I need to do something, or I need to be, I'll give you a data figure. Out of all the unicorns in India, how many unicorns in the last 3 years have been owned by women? 26. Now that should tell you the difference. So is it like I as a girl or as a woman want to start my own, maybe let me start from self-employment perspective, that's the beginning part, versus I want to be the unicorn in this area. Now I know I'm talking about two different extremes, but then the learning from the globe is on this line, and that's where I would like to share. Examples, let me go one by one. In the beginning part, I spoke to you about how many hands would go up in a class if you say at the end of the program, and this I'm talking about maybe towards 12th grade. How many of you what do you want to do? And most of the hands in India would be saying jobs. And most of the hands outside, it'll go up for entrepreneurship. Now that's one part. But the bigger part there to learn is, when you ask them the next question, where would your enterprise be in the next 5 years? Many answers would be at least employing 10 more people and taking it to 100 people. Now that's very different. When your aspiration is that, it's a very different ball game from beginning. But if the aspiration is, yes, I need to do something to support the family, then my aspiration is to only grow in my, first let me become independent, and then how do you make it big? Now this portion of education itself is big learning from the global market. I must give you examples. I'll give examples from outside as well as back home. There are some great practices on our side as well. Things like, let's say in Mexico, UN and Government of Mexico, they run a program where they call the girls between age 10 to 18 for a 2-week boot camp completely on entrepreneurship. And the whole piece is, what gaps do you see around you? And then out of them, what can become a business model? I'll give you another one. Energy sector, again Mexico example, would invite them for, it's called Women Entrepreneurship Energy. Energy sector would come in, industry would come in, they'll say, we have these problems. And whom are they targeting? Students from grade 6 to grade 10. Girls and boys, but of course many of them, many of these events are very focused towards girls. And then they share what is their problem areas. And then it's open to the students who would like to move forward towards it. So this is the difference which we have seen in certain markets. I'll come back on Philippines, this part, Manila and also Indonesia. Very, very specific focus from the government as well as the industry on training the budding entrepreneurs, maybe at a school stage or maybe early stage, on how will technology help you scale. Second question, how will you get a marketplace for your goods? Now, these aspects of technology coming from the ministry and coming from it's known as PCCI, Philippines Chamber of Commerce and Industry, coming from them, and then get into the bank, where there's a tie-up with the government and the bank to make sure that the funds are available at very, very affordable rates. So now, if you put it all together, these are those some examples which really have shown the way forward. I must talk about Rwanda. Now, Rwanda, incidentally, is a, maybe the long way to go in terms of development. But this is where they picked up very differently. They said, our goal is to have 50% women entrepreneurs. They started with some 12%. In span of last 6 years, they have moved from not yet 50, but they are somewhere near 40%. Entire piece is around education right from beginning, making them aspire bigger, from right from grassroots to bigger aspect, not just limiting to a very small, family supporting, even though that's a good start point. I'm not trying to say that's not, but that's just the start point. But once you make a mission that I will be an employer to 20 people, that changes the whole ball game. And like this, when these success stories percolate downwards, that's where the whole change happens. Now let me share a few examples before I close.
So, Sunil, I will have to interject because I am getting reminders from my team. We have a few minutes left, and we have a question answer session also. But I'm loving this because it's bringing that global perspective of many different countries, many of which are developing, which means that we can look at some replicable models for India too. So please.
Sure. So I'll just wind up with just one last example from India. Now, if you look at this entrepreneurship curriculum, NEP is right now focused on mainstreaming the entrepreneurship curriculum in schools. I'll give you an example, just a simple example, then I'll close it. Five girls in a slum school, government school in Delhi. I know I'm giving an example of Delhi. They just started with scooty air filling under a tree. Just because they just started from there. And just to cut the long story short, they were then given help by different people and different organizations. Today, all of them are in Mahindra Electric, and 3 of them have decided to set up their own setup in different parts of of course, some of them in Delhi, outside Delhi, but the whole aspect is, that's the journey. So I think that's the way, an automobile, girl, so everything is not matching. But look at how it just evolved. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil. That was very enlightening. Rupali, I want to come to you. You mentioned about the importance of participation between government, corporates, and CSOs. So are there any government initiatives or government partnerships that MasterCard has undertaken, which you would like to share? And if you could also touch upon the opportunity of the ONDC. I know MasterCard is participating, and it's an evolving opportunity for creating market linkage, especially for marginalized women, for the rural women, for the underprivileged, in addition to many more. So your views on that, Rupali?
So I think the first thing, as I earlier also mentioned, that collaboration between government, corporates, and the civil society is very important. And I'll just give maybe 2 examples over here. So at MasterCard, what we're doing, we're running a program called Digital Saksham, which is for, basically we want to reach over 3 lakh MSEs in the country. The program currently runs in across 8 states, and we're adding 2 more states this year. So this is this program we're running in partnership with Confederation of Indian Industry and with National Institute of MSME. So this is a very good example that how we are leveraging all the levers so that we can expand the reach of the program, where we can ensure that we're able to capacity build MSEs across the country, and obviously the special focus is on women entrepreneurs under this program as well. So what we believe is, if all the partners come together, obviously the reach is expanded, and the focus of what we really want to achieve through this program is also adoption of digital tools, because we believe that digitization, technology, and I think it's pretty validated in the last couple of years. Technology is something which can actually help us transform or help us reach the goals which the government has set for us. So that is one example. Second example of collaboration would be that we just did one event yesterday, and we have launched this program called Sashakti, which is in partnership with CSC and Learning Links Foundation. We've been able to enable almost 38,000, actually over 38,000 women entrepreneurs. We are helping them understand the nuances of how to run their own business, how to navigate through complex issues like legal compliance when they start their own business. And along with CSE, we are running these mobile vans which go to like state to state or district to district, doing capacity building workshops for these women who can, actually there is a mentor, there is a trainer in these mobile vans which CSE is running for us. And this trainer actually, guides these women entrepreneurs on the issues they are facing. In addition to that, I think something which has really worked for us in last 7 to 8 years, we've been in the country, is mentorship, the peer mentorship. As I think all of us know that when a woman learns something, she also teaches the entire family. She also teaches the entire ecosystem where she lives or resides. So, that peer mentorship is something which I believe is very important. Like in all these programs which we are running, there is an angle of mentorship where women can come together, discuss issues amongst themselves. We've also built an app under the Sashakti platform where these women come together, they discuss issues, they guide each other, they become each other's mentors to help them, navigate through the processes or the complex issues which they are facing in their business.
Okay, thank you, Rupali. Do you want to take up the ONDC thing, or you want?
Yeah, I think it's ONDC. I know that's very close to your heart, but yes,
I'm very curious about it. Because when they say that it's going to be the UPI of e-commerce, exactly. I'm in full of hope. As to what should we expect?
I think all of us are very hopeful, and you rightly said that this will be the, like what UPI is for payments, ONDC will be for e-commerce. It definitely democratizes the e-commerce space. It will help a lot of mom and pop stores or the Kirana stores to come online, start selling their products, which they're not able to do at this point in time. So I think this will give a chance that, the monopoly which is there in the e-commerce space as of today, which will come down, and we will see more and more smaller players coming and obviously reaching out to wider markets and sell their goods and services globally as well.
Right. Thank you, Rupali. So bringing that global perspective and the government partnership perspective back to Pia, who is, as all of you know, is the co-founder of Mera Bills, and she is enabling many women to actually adopt, accounting and processes at the ground level. So, Pia, what has been your experience in this, and what has been your success, and if you could throw light on some of the transformations that you've seen on the ground. I'm especially interested in knowing if some of the women have gone to the level of having their own credit history and taking a bank loan based on that, because that's a very big barrier. We often see that they don't have any documented credit history, so they don't have a standing in the bank. So if that is something you can throw light on.
Yes, absolutely. And let me also start with an example. We are working.
Please do make it quick.
Yes.
As you can see, I'm getting
agitated. I'll just do one example. So we're working with the Tamil Nadu government. This is a project which is underwritten by the World Bank, and so some 10,000 entrepreneurs have been selected who have been supported to start their businesses, and they've been given loans to start, right? And these loans have been given by the private from the banks. So whether it is NABARD or whether it is ESAF, whoever. And then Mera Bills keeps accounts for all these, or trains, or capacity building is done by the government to help all these 10,000 business owners keep their accounts and to grow their business on Mera Bills. And we show all this data to the partners so that they're able to build the next round of funding that will come, or the next loan that can come, to build credit history for these organizations, and also for the government to see how the program is being done, what is the impact being created. It's actually being measured. So it really supports everybody. So what, in terms of bringing together multiple organizations, you have the government, you have private lenders, you have social enterprises such as us, and IDAs coming together in a single project. The same thing with MEPMA. We spoke about giving 10,000 rupees to street vendors. Again, if we can at that time do capacity building and help them manage that money, you start building credit history for them. And the next, they've already got some credit history building there. So yes, those things are entirely possible. We are working in very rapidly end.
So, Rishikesh, I think we'll just take the last few comments from you. I just want to understand that, if you can share one or two examples of women entrepreneurs, women VLEs who have really scaled under the CSE model, because, we often feel that women entrepreneurs come to a stage and the scale doesn't happen. And then we will probably take 2 questions. Do I have time for 2 questions? Yeah, we'll just take 2 questions from the audience and summarize the session. Yeah, Rishikesh,
I'll just give 2-3 examples actually. One is the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan, which is the world's largest, in fact, the world's largest digital literacy mission, which we are doing for Government of India. The target is 60 million rural people across the country. So there was no reservations as such, but right now what figures suggest is almost 57% of the women have actually got digital sakshar, and they are able to operate a digital device, they are able to operate a smartphone, they are able to access internet, collect information, seek information like that. So this is one example. Another example is a project which we did with Department of Justice, Ministry of Law and Justice. They wanted to have a pre-litigation advice mechanism because a lot of cases are pending in various courts. So this we run a service called Tele-Law, which is a service where citizens can go to a common service center and can get access to a panel lawyer at the district legal service authority or a state legal service authority or the national legal service authority, and a lot of pro bono lawyers are also connected to this. So we have a set of around 50,000 women who are called as the paralegal volunteers. So they are a bridge between the citizens and the lawyers. And many women have actually come up and spoken about their problems, either family disputes, property disputes, both criminal and civil cases with this paralegal volunteer who have then connected to the panel lawyer and sorted that out. One example during COVID was when we worked with American India Foundation and did around 1.5 million COVID support to them. So out of that, sir, I just wanted to tell you around 5,000 of these women are actually now part of the Poshan Abhiyan, which Madam talked about, and also they have become a cyber ambassador under the UNICEF program for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I think these are good examples. One with MasterCard, we now have 100 mobile vans in 100 districts. So because of MasterCard and companies like that, we have been supporting our women entrepreneurs on the ground, and we wanted to give these mobile vans only to the women entrepreneurs so that they have a van, they can drive, they can go to the field in the far-flung areas and carry out all these awareness and advocacy activities on the ground. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishikesh. I guess no conversation about entrepreneurship is complete without your perspectives coming into it. So we have time for 2 quick questions, if there's anyone, and if somebody, if you could just, tell us whom you want to address it to.
Sir, actually, it's not a question but a submission. I am Dr. Poonam Sinha from NISBAT, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. It's a wonderful conversation from all the speakers. I enjoyed in your conversation. It is very interesting. I would like to say that change of mindset is very much important, and entrepreneurship education, inclusion of entrepreneurship education in entrepreneurship, in skilling ecosystem and in education per se is one of the important factor, and the ministry is taking a lot of initiative to promote entrepreneurship in skilling ecosystem. We are not only training the students, we are also training the trainers, faculties out there, and trying to build a program for higher education system also, the faculties and students. The second is, again, I will say mindset. I have written 3 books of women entrepreneur, basically from bottom of pyramid. After attending the training program, they could start their own enterprise, and they are running very well. And the important thing is mentorship. I mean, after the training or after the education, it is very much important to solve their teething problem time to time, as this wonderful lady has also narrated her experience. And the third important thing is creating network of networks. I mean, we are working in isolation, sometimes I feel. If networks will be created, I think the results will be multiplying. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have also saved me some time because I think you've very aptly summarized the whole discussion and beautifully mentioned the three things that we were actually looking at the panelists to share. So one last question and then we'll conclude. I think it's been wonderful. Any
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Madhukar.
Sorry, I just have the light, so I can't see who's raising the hands.
Sorry. I am Madhukar Pandey. I am Under Secretary in Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We are running a scheme that is Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Urban Livelihood Mission.
Right.
We have mobilized more than 82 lakh women across the country, which are self-help groups. More than 8 lakh self-help groups are there. And similarly, under NRLM, there are approximately, I believe it is 9 crores. And we have trained more than 15 lakh, approximately 15 lakh urban poor under a skilling system, under our one of the components that is employment through skill training and placement. The total figure comes to 10 crores. So the entrepreneurship which we are doing as on date is very less as compared to the potential which we have. We need to understand the learning level of and language barrier which these poor women across the country have. So we need to design, first of all, we had requested NISBAD, yesterday we had a discussion also in NISBAD, that we need to have entrepreneurship program, understanding their level of literacy, the language barrier. Because अगर 10 करोड़ लोगों को हम entrepreneurship की 1 महीने की, 2 महीने की, so that they can sell their products on not only at e-commerce portal, but also export their products outside the country. Because 10 crore is not a small number. If we push these women to become micro-entrepreneurs, they can hit the GDP also. So that is the potential they have. So it is for all stakeholders which are working, who are working for entrepreneurship drive. We need to target these 10 crore women and urban poor, rural poor, so that they can come with entrepreneurship drive and drive the growth of the economy. So that is the food for thought for all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And with that, we'll conclude. But just I want to, say a couple of lines that the Future of Livelihoods program was designed with this perspective, where we can bring in these futuristic evolutions of program. For example, integration of education and skilling, and early stage skilling for entrepreneurship. And I'm so glad to see that, both NISBAD and NULM have kind of presented their great passion for involving in entrepreneurship, and I think this is a great platform for collaboration. So thank you once again to all the panelists. It was really great interacting with you, and thank you to the whole audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanghi. May I request all the esteemed panelists to kindly stay back with us on stage for just a moment more. We would like to express our thanks to you with the presentation of mementos. And to do the honors, may I invite on stage Mr. Ganesh Nevarkar, Program Manager from AIF, and Ms. Anshu Sharma, Program Manager North. May I request you both to kindly present mementos to the esteemed speakers as token of our appreciation and thanks. We thank all the esteemed panelists, and in no particular order, we had representation, and we had the following panelists on this panel: Ms. Rupali Kathuria, Lead Social Impact for South Asia at MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth; Mr. Sunil Dahiya, Executive Vice President Skilling, Vadvani Foundation; Mr. Rishikesh Patankar, CEO, CSC Academy; Ms. Pia Bahadur, co-founder and CEO, Mera Bills; and of course the moderator, Mr. Kamesh Sanghi, Director Livelihood, American India Foundation, and CEO, MASF. And thanks to Mr. Ganesh Nevarkar and Ms. Anshu Sharma for doing us the honors. So ladies and gentlemen, we also have Our teams on the ground, we are accompanied by our teams on the ground who are doing amazing work towards making the world a better place to live. So I'll request you all, do visit our display in the pre-function area and see the realistic models of pro-planet range of products created by our women self-help groups and our tech partners and innovations and disability inclusion and assistive technology, as well as digital empowerment. You never know. You may get an answer to one of your on-ground challenges for a sustainable business model, maybe. So with that, I invite you all to please join us for tea, but please do remember we are slightly behind time. So if we can request you all to please congregate within 15 minutes, we would like to start the next session at 12:45 sharp. Thank you and enjoy the break. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. We are ready to start the post-tea session. We request you all to please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start with the post-tea session. I guess when it's the option of chai pe charcha, nobody wants to curtail their conversations. But unfortunately, we have to move forward. I think might as well join. I was thinking that since we have a video to play, so you would like to probably see it from there first. And
मेरा नाम शबाना है.
So ladies and gentlemen, we do have a session to get on with. I'll once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. As you can see, the esteemed panelists and the session moderator have already taken their seats on the dais. So a quick introduction to all of them. We have in this panel Mr. Vivek Mishra, Director, Customer Support and India Lead for Disability, ERG, Microsoft. Ms. Madhubala Sharma, Senior DEI Business Partner, International Markets, Amazon. Ms. Usha Rangaraju, Chief of Research, ECA Protocol. Ms. Kirti Paliwal, Head of Training, Content and Systems, American India Foundation. Ms. Richa Singh, VP HR and CSR, Max Life Insurance. And the moderator for this session is, of course, Mr. Sandeep Bidani, Consulting Partner, Voy Consulting Private Limited. As you can see, they have already taken their seats on the dais. So a quick introduction to all of them. And I would like to introduce the session also. As we all know that India has 26.8 million people with disabilities, of which 36% are employable. But they, especially women, face enormous physical, attitudinal, informational barriers to equal opportunities at work. They experience higher rates of unemployment, economic inactivity, and insufficient social protection, which is key to reducing extreme poverty. As we begin this session, leveraging technology, mainstreaming disability at workplaces, let's see first through this video how AIF is driving intersectional inclusion and diversity to address all these challenges. May I request for the video to be played?
मेरा नाम शबाना है। हम 5 बहन, 1 भाई है। पापा मजदूर है, मम्मी हाउसवाइफ है और मैं जॉब करती हूँ। सब कुछ दूसरे से कराना मुझे अच्छा लगता था कि मतलब हर किसी के लिए वो करना। 2-3 जगह ट्राई भी किया था जॉब के लिए, लेकिन उन्होंने डायरेक्ट मना कर दिया। फिर मैं वापस बोलती थी मैं कि अगर ऐसे रहेगा तो फिर जॉब कैसे करूंगी। उसी बीच मुझे AIF की तरफ से कॉल आई थी मेरे पास, तो फिर उन्होंने मुझसे बोला ना कि आप ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए इस टाइम से इस टाइम लेना। फिर मुझे थोड़ी सी खुशी हुई, मैं कि चलो यहाँ तक पहुंची तो शायद आगे भी पहुंचूंगी। मेरा ऑफिस में जो वर्क है वो है डाटा एंट्री। मुझे एप्लीकेशन नंबर डालना होता है, बारकोड डाल के उसको एंटर करना होता है। तो मेरे पास जो एप्लीकेशन आती है तो 2500-3000 में एप्लीकेशन कर देती हूँ।
जब शबाना हमारे ऑफिस में आई, हमें भी लगा था ये कैसे काम करेगी। हमने उसके एक तो सबसे पहले उसके जो कीबोर्ड्स हैं वो हाथ से नहीं कर पाएगी, इसलिए उसके पैर के लिए हमने एक बॉक्स वगैरह उसके लिए बनाया ताकि वो कंफर्टेबल होकर बैठ पाए। और जब उन्होंने काम चालू किया तब हमने देखा उनकी स्पीड भी नॉर्मल बच्चों की तरह ही है। नाउ शी इज गुड।
मेरे ऑफिस में मुझे सभी सपोर्ट करते हैं, चाहे कोई भी, मतलब ये नहीं कि गर्ल्स ही, बॉयज भी करते हैं।
बहुत बदलाव आ गए हमारे घर में। शबाना को देख के सारे बच्चे अच्छे पढ़ गए, तो आज देखो अच्छी जगह पढ़ी है। शबाना की नौकरी लगने से अच्छी हेल्प हुई है, मतलब मेरी हेल्प ज़्यादा हुई है। सारे बच्चों का बोझ एकदम सर पे आ गया था, तो थोड़ी सी इसने ये हेल्प कर दी कि जो वहाँ से सैलरी आती है थोड़ा उससे खर्च चल जाता है। मेरे अकेले से गुजारे नहीं होता। AIF का जो सपोर्ट था वो बहुत बढ़िया है और उन्होंने जॉब लगवाई थी इसकी, और आगे अभी भी वही बढ़ा रहे हैं आगे इसको।
एम्ब्रॉयडरी करना, पेंटिंग करना, कढ़ाई करना, स्केचेस वगैरह बनाना, मुझे इन चीज़ों का तो मुझे शौक ही है। सबसे मेन बात है मैं खुद पर डिपेंड हो गई, बाहर आ जा सकती हूँ। अभी मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं है बाहर आने जाने के लिए। कई लोग तो मिलते हैं तो वो बोलते हैं कि ना इसको देख के हमें मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि ये भी कर सकते हैं तो हम भी कर सकते हैं, हम क्यों पीछे हटे। हमारा मन नहीं भी करता तब भी हम वो काम करते हैं आपको याद करके।
Helping persons with disability find their career paths and gain income opportunity has been one of the big focus areas for American India Foundation. Our goal is to create 1 lakh new jobs for persons with disability over the next few years. As part of the whole exercise of development of this goal, we are looking at a FATE model: facilitation, advocacy, technology, employment. So it is much more comprehensive than a skill development and employment approach.
AIF की तरफ से मुझे बहुत अच्छी वो मिली है सुविधा, क्योंकि इनकी तरफ से ट्रेनिंग मिली, जब मुझे जॉब लगी है। मैं घर से बाहर अकेले कभी निकलती नहीं थी, अब निकलना सीखी हूँ। अब ये तो लगता है कि हाँ मैं खुद कुछ कर सकती हूँ।
What an incredible achievement. So ladies and gentlemen, we do have sign interpretation, as you can see, represented by the team of 3. Right now we have Ananta on stage, and of course we have Surabhi and Sarah, whom you have been seeing through the day. So once again, a gentle request to all the speakers, please do maintain a steady and comfortable pace while you're speaking for them to be able to do interpretation. With that, I hand it over to the moderator of this session, Mr. Sandeep Bidani.
Thank you. If we are standing between you and lunch, please keep that energy. We will make sure you get a decent lunch, but a more invigorating conversation and more learnings. So we are here today to talk about leveraging technology, mainstreaming disability at workplaces. And a lot of times, some of our panelists earlier, when we were preparing, I think the conversation really started with why do we have to do something for them? How do we start changing that narrative upfront? And that's where the conversation of normalization starts. Is there a we and them, or is there us? And how do we start building ecosystems that create that? Technology is emerging as a leveler for people with disabilities, and has the potential to tap into a huge talent pool. You saw the numbers being shared earlier, and that talent pool is changing the narrative in most sectors that you see. Right from mining to manufacturing to retail, talent pools are changing, and so are customers. Recognizing that the entire potential pool of 15% plus persons with disabilities is also a large, not just a talent pool, but a customer base, starts changing a lot of narratives for organizations. As we go through today's conversation, we will try and blend in both perspectives: employment, employability, as well as products and services that are emerging. With the Rights of Persons with Disability Act, one of the statements there it says is that ensuring that persons with disabilities, along with infrastructure access, has access to information and communication technologies. Why was that put in? If you go a little deeper, it is essentially to ensure that there is equal participation emerging from persons with disabilities into the economy of this country. And picking up from that, we realize that technology is becoming a leveler, yet there are lots of things that we are not aware of. So let's open the conversation up, but moving from normalization. So my first question to you, Richa, is, and because we started off with a conversation around CSR and how that's moving, while CSR is an important aspect of creating inclusion, how are organizations moving beyond CSR and demystifying the inclusion of disability in workplaces?
Thank you, Sandeep, and good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I am of the firm opinion that inclusion, and specifically disability inclusion, should not be part of CSR for any company. Yes, there are companies that are working, and it is a field that we should be investing our CSR funds in, but that cannot be the primary way of achieving inclusion, disability inclusion at workplace. I say this often, that diversity, equity, inclusion is not just a social imperative, a human rights imperative. It is a business imperative. And I think it's very important to establish the business case of diversity, equity, inclusion with the leadership, And we can do that starting from a simple dialogue. I think conversations have to start at the boardroom and percolate down to the employees till the last mile. Many times we find that organizations are very hesitant to take that first step in beginning their journey in the EI space. And that hesitance comes from a place of fear. That hesitance comes from a place of, I don't want to offend anyone. I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to be seen in the bad light. So conversations like this are very important because this is one step in that journey of demystifying, right? And I think with industry networks, with conferences like this, with companies making that small effort into recognizing that DEI is a business case, I think the journey has begun, but we need to accelerate the space. And I think if CSR leaders across organizations are finding that disability inclusion is also falling in their purview, then why not? But that cannot be the primary way of having disability inclusion conversations.
Thanks, Richard. So what I hear you say is interesting, that how do you start normalizing this conversation at workplaces? And you did reflect on the element of fear. Where does that element of fear really come from in the organizations?
So like I said, Sandeep, I think organizations are hesitant because we are so happy maintaining the status quo, right? And you know that many organizations, typically Indian organizations, are still, when we speak about diversity, the first thing that comes to their head is gender, right? Because 50% is the balance in the world, the world population, but we don't see that in our organizations, okay? We don't see organizations with 50% gender balance. So that is a glaring gap, right? And so hence, a lot of organizations, when they talk about diversities, are only talking about gender. Disability is still looked at with the lens of sympathy and charity, yeah? And we want to change that lens. We want to say that disability inclusion will actually make you a far more innovative organization, far more agile. You will start looking at business problems in a very, very different way. And we know that, so many technological advancements that have happened in our world have only happened because, we were looking at it from the lens of disability.
Great segue for me to take this exact question on to Vivek. Just the right segue that you created for me. So Vivek, as a techie and as an inclusion champion, in what ways do you see organizations can create an environment that supports the full participation of employees with disabilities in the workplace, leveraging the kind of technologies?
So that's a beautiful question. First of all, thank you for having this session. Been here since morning. It's been so enriching hearing so many thought leaders sharing perspectives. Now coming to the question that you asked, while technology is a great enabler, it is, when we look at the field of accessibility is something that should be woven into every single thing that we do. It cannot be looked upon as a good to do thing. And this is a transformation that organizations today have realized, right? It is, like Richa called out beautifully, it has to be a business imperative. Today we're talking about 1 in 7 people have a disability. Unfortunately, many people are trained to see disability only when they have a locomotor disability or something that they can see. 70% of the disabilities are invisible in nature. So we need to factor in whom we don't know as well. There's a lot of work that needs to be done through organizations. In my role as the ERG lead for Microsoft, looking at sensitizing people as we bring on board more and more people with disabilities, what we have realized is there is a need for us to build awareness amongst employees. And sometimes awareness is not always with just doing training sessions, right? It's a very time-tested thing that, let's do training sessions, let's build awareness about it. But it is a lot to do with providing experiences. A lot of people do not have the lived experience working with someone with a disability, so that fear sometimes stems from the fact that I do not know how can someone with a visual impairment really work, right? There is some, so what happens is to safeguard my inability as someone who is temporarily abled, I would say that, maybe I'll do a favor to someone by not hiring someone, because I don't have the lived experience. It is not their disability, but my failure, my inexperience, my lack of lived experiences and knowledge. So what we do is we provide opportunities, we provide workshops, we provide areas where people can work with someone with a disability and get that lived experiences, because there are so many myths that exist as of today. I'll give you a very simple example. I had a friend, Shriram Parthasati, who works on our social media channels. He's a visually impaired person. If I take an A4 size paper, I have to read it, it will take me 2 minutes. In his case, he reads it in 30 seconds, right? So there are so many myths that we do not know. So it is all about awareness, it is about sensitization, it is about training people, but also ensuring that it is not just technology that we are looking upon it. Accessibility has to be woven into the fabric of every single thing that we do. The processes, marketing, inclusion, hiring, anything and everything that we do will be incomplete if we do not bake in accessibility.
Great input there, Vivek, and sort of takes me back to a conversation that I was having a few days back. There's an organization who reached out and said, we're trying to hire this person who lost vision in one eye during COVID, an engineer. Is there a specific document we need to make him sign? And my first question was, why? Well, what if there's a performance issue? And my question back was, what if there's a performance issue with anyone in the organization? How would you operate differently? But those are very simple stigmas that remain that we need to start breaking. We are talking of a techie, we are talking of a tech company. And then we are trying to create awareness of how tech can actually change things. So a lot has to be done in that space. And Madhu, because there was this whole conversation around intersectionality and how business cases are so critical, plus the blend of technology and how that's enabled you. I've seen your journey for so many years. So Madhu onboarded me in IBM when I joined. So those are journeys that we all have. But back to you. So, why does disability inclusion make business sense? And how has technology enabled those conversations in your experiences?
Definitely. Thank you for that question. And hi, everyone. I think disability, is not something that is a one-off case, and we've already explored this. So, and when a child is born, right, you hear, and then you say, oh, congratulations, badhai ho, ladka hua hai, ladki hui hai, and then follows so many intersectionalities as well. As the child grows up, we explore and we find out, the child is in a particular background, right? There's an economic aspect to it. There's a social aspect to it. There's the LGBTQ community aspect to it. There's a gender aspect to it. And then there's a disability aspect to it. And with those aspects, when the child grows up, come multiple challenges, multiple privileges, and multiple lack of privileges as well, right? So, to my mind, all of these intersectionalities form the society. And all of these intersectionalities make a workforce. And all of these intersectionalities, in a way, run the economy. So, talking about people with disabilities, how and why it makes business sense. We earn, if we learn, we become capable. And if we become skilled and capable, we earn. And when we earn, what do we do with that money? We spend it. When we spend that money, we help the economy grow. So we are contributing members of the society in whichever way, right? I take pride in saying that I am a wonderful contributing member to the tax, a taxpayer. So I'm proud of that, right? And that makes business sense. That makes business sense that I am a customer for the retail business, right? I buy clothes, I buy food, I travel, I go out for leisure, go out for holidaying. So look at the hospitality business, look at everything. When we include people with disabilities, when we include them think of them as customers, we also then need to understand how to accommodate them, right? Now, I'll take it a step forward. The percentage that we spoke of, 15 to 20% of the world population happens to have one or another form of disability. I would say, ask this question to yourself. Do we have any difficulty, those of us who are unable to, who use glasses to see as a correction, right? A corrective measure. If in case you forget your eyeglasses back at home, it's a visual difficulty that you've encountered right then, right? And so, look at the difficulties, look at the invisible disabilities. This population then easily goes up to 50, 60, 70% of the world population. And so when we think of designing solutions, when we think of designing technology, or when we think of engaging workforce and bringing equity to the workforce, how can we ignore this big section? Right? So that's why it makes business sense, truly, to have people with disabilities as a part of the workforce, because nothing about us without us. You wouldn't know what my needs are, but you will be able to cater to an employee because you had me on board if the disability comes to that person unannounced. There have been people who may have had to lose their jobs because they got a disability, right? Disability doesn't say, I'm going to come to you tomorrow, so please be prepared. It just knocks at your door and says, I am here, now you need to embrace me. It's in your face, right? And then you can't tell an employee, oh, you got this disability, we are sorry, our systems are not designed for you. So technology has helped me in a big, big, big way. Earlier, I used to write my exams using the help of a scribe. Now I am enabled using a screen reading software. I can write emails, I can use social media, I can make presentations, PowerPoint presentations, and I can answer so many questions that people may have. How will she do this? And I'm able to open doors for many others, leveraging and using technology. So that's my thought.
Thanks a lot, Madhu. Thanks for that. Detailed linkage that you created on intersectionality, because that's the reality. Aging, interestingly, is also another type of disability and potentially not temporary. So that's the other reality that, we also deal with. So Vivek, coming back to you and, specifically because you build products and you support products for Microsoft, are there products and services being created consciously for persons with disabilities? And, when they've been created, how have they gone on to impact other lives as well?
So good, I'll try to make this as simple as possible, right? Because often when you expect someone to speak about technology, it has to be complex, right? But it need not be, right? So first and foremost, we bake in accessibility into every single product that we build in. It's not about, it's not a checklist. It is not something that we do towards end. We look at the principles of inclusive design and ensure that every single product that we work on is taking care of the wide spectrum of disabilities. Right? Because disability also could be vision, it could be mental health, it could be locomotive, it could be speech, it could be hearing. So when we design products, we ensure that we design products for everyone. Now, like I told you, when we design products for people with disabilities, everyone wins. It's not that, when you design products for disabilities, It is only meant for people with disabilities. I have numerous examples where people, process and products designed for people with disabilities were used much more by people who do not have disabilities. Let me give you a few very simple examples. During the pandemic, we all were watching movies, right? Now, one of the challenges that we ran in the first few months was we ran out of content in our own local language, right? At that moment, we used this feature called subtitles. We could go to watch movies and, TV shows of different languages. Now, why were they created? Subtitles was not designed for the pandemic. It was designed for people with disabilities. And when we designed something for people with disabilities, everyone won. I'll give you another example. We saw the video earlier today where there was someone who was typing, Shabana was typing through her legs. With the advent of AI, today we have speech recognition technology. We have technology which allows anything, right? We have eminent speakers who have been speaking, and I was hoping that we could record everything, right? Sometimes we take notes. You have this dictate feature in Microsoft Word, right? You turn it on in any meeting, and it will take down notes of everything, right? So you don't have to type, right? You can just speak. It types out everything, right? Again, think of it. We know for sure during the pandemic, a lot of kids were using these features, not only for taking down notes, sometimes so that they could focus on other areas as well, right? But it was designed for people with disabilities. If I think of another feature which has been very, very prominent, I'll tell you a story of a girl called Shweta. Shweta was in the US. She wanted to speak to her parents. And when she was speaking to her parents, she had to focus, she had a hearing impairment, so she had to focus on the lips. But what happened is, because of low bandwidth, sometimes, with connectivity issues, there were challenges. So what she did was, she asked if there was a feature which we could have, which could blur the background, right? Now think of this feature designed for lip reading, blurring the background. How do we use it today? All Zoom calls, people have virtual backgrounds. During the pandemic, we realized that doing this will also save bandwidth. This also was further enhanced, right? Think of it, today, when you build on meetings, a lot of times there are people who have, especially in India, right? There is a construction happening backstage, there is a baby crying, and when you're on the call, you're worried about the fact that, are you able to listen to all this? There is something called as background noise cancellation, right? All of this was designed for people with disabilities. It was designed for someone like Shweta, who wanted a feature for lip reading, but everyone wins. So if we design products for people with disabilities, everyone wins, right? And this is something that can happen to any one of us. Like Madhu called out, right? It could be temporary, it could be situational. When I design a product, if I have only one hand, I will need the same functionality if I'm holding a baby in my hand, right? Or I have a fracture. So think of it, right? If we intentionally include, that's how we can ensure that our products are accessible by all.
Very interesting perspective. I could initially only relate to to Velcro, but I guess times have changed. Thank you for that. Would you want to add something to that? From the sector perspective, or fintech perspective, or financial services perspective, Richard, if you've seen the shifts.
So Sandeep, we often struggle when I talk about DEI overall, and not specifically taking people with disability section. There is a product that our company launched very, very recently, which is a product for homemakers, right? Before this, interestingly enough, life insurance as a product was not available to homemakers. Can you imagine that this whole segment of customers were being denied a product because they were not financially producing, right? So, I mean, that is a blind spot for a person like me also, being a woman, because I've always been a person who's been working, right? So this is an impediment that I did not face. But what this product did was actually open my eyes, and a lot of people in our company, that this whole customer segment was lying untapped because nobody thought about this, right? So we all have our own blind spots, right? And when we intentionally, like Vivek was saying, intentionally include people, we have inclusion as part of our design, not only in terms of product, but the way we communicate, the way we do our marketing collaterals, everything, we are sending a very strong message. A, as a very inclusive brand, which is appealing to customers, and also B, to our own internal employees that start looking at everything with an intention of inclusion, right? And I'll take on more examples, Vivek. So my son, who's a teenager, I have never seen him type anything in Google search. He will only just use the mic button, all right? And it's not him, it's all of his friends, all right? So exactly, that was a feature that was made for people with disability, but that has made life simpler for so many of us. Yesterday, I was taking a cab to go somewhere, and the driver used Google Maps with Hindi. And he just spoke into the mic, and vernacular assistance right there and then. Our country, which has so many different languages, and which is, there is so much of depth and variety when it comes to vernacular, diversity. I think technology, if it integrates that into its design, can reach really the far and deep end of our country and can make life simpler for so many people. I was just amazed at how easy it was for him to just type, just talk into the mic and the address, and he was, he had his path and he just knew where to go. So rightly said that, when we intentionally include, we make life simpler for everyone. Work from home, work from home is something that was forced into our lives by the pandemic. And before that, if you spoke to any company and said that, can we do work from home? Most companies would say that, no, I don't think so, we need to come to office, it's so important. But because of the pandemic, all of us were working from home and we all found solutions. And hence, this, this facility, I would say, has made disability inclusion so much easier for so many organizations. And now we can tap into that talent, which was earlier finding it very difficult to contribute into organizations.
Thanks for that perspective, Richa. And just to add to those amazing stories, I'm a co-founder with a CRM company called Sarathi. 95% of our employees are persons with disabilities, 70% with vision impairment. We started our journey about 5 years back. And we were small, 20, 25, 30 people, grew to about 50. Pandemic doubled everything because we started the work from home model maybe 3 years ahead of the rest of the world. And what that did was, it was primarily technology plugins, CRM plugins. And today, Amazon is a client. So is ITC Food, so is Daikin, and a couple of other companies. But I think the lessons that we learned when we were building up, scaling up, was that you need to start changing your lenses. Even though as a person with disability, I may not have the same lens as somebody else. I may have a disability, but I may not be able to look at the lens in a very different way. So the technologies that are needed, and interestingly, we've had stories of persons with vision impairment learning sign language from persons with speech and hearing impairment in our own organization. So tactile training. And there are some amazing stories that have come out because of technology. But coming back to our conversation again, as we look at this, Kirti, from an assistive technology perspective, as you look at your, how do you see it becoming advantageous in creating the participation of employees with disabilities? And I'm now using the word employees with disabilities.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Sandeep. And since everybody has been busting myths, I would like to add my point to it as well. I think this is also another myth that a lot of organizations have, that investing in technology is going to be very expensive. And for this, I'd like to give a particular example from my organization. I do not write my own emails. I use a tool called, which is a generative AI tool called Addy AI. And that writes emails for me, and it replies to my emails as well. Of course, I read them. It's not to get into any trouble. Of course, I read my emails, but it writes for me, and it also understands my personality. It also understands the kind of tones I use, to write emails, and then it creates emails in such a way that nobody gets to know that actually someone else, an AI tool, is writing email for me. And what kind of problem does it solve? So I have heard from a lot of, employers saying that, if it's a person with speech and hearing impairment, then how would this person communicate? There'll be grammatical errors if he or she writes. We would always have to have someone assisting this person, another person to be hired to assist this person. How can we hire this person? And I have a colleague who is speech and hearing impaired, and I installed the same program for him as well on his laptops. And he is writing, Addy AI is writing emails for him as well. So it's as simple as that. And another myth is that they think that spoken words, written words are communication. But if we look at it, for a speech and hearing impaired person, it is sign language, which is his or her first language, not, spoken and written words. So like a fellow panel member also said, lack of knowledge, lack of awareness is what makes a person not participate fully in an organization. If organizations, invest their time and money, little bit of money into technology, I think we can enable colleagues with disabilities to grow within the organization as well. Because that is something that we've also seen as an organization working in this sector, that a person with disability enters an organization at a fresher level or at a beginner level, and they're not able to grow. So the organizations are also not able to retain people with disability. That's another very big issue that organizations face these days, because they're not investing into technology. And technology needn't be complicated and needn't be expensive. You can see outside on the counters, we have displayed a lot of accessible technology, and it is not expensive, very low-cost solutions. For example, if you want to make documents accessible to persons with visual impairments, all you need is a portable small scanner called keyboard scanner, and it will scan the document, convert it into text, and also convert it into Braille. So what is stopping the organizations to actually, look out for these kind of solutions that exist within the market? And India is a big market. Startups are now contributing to this as well in a very big way. Startup ecosystem is growing, and we're really happy to see that a lot of startups you can see today as well participating here have actually, created low-cost solutions to include persons with disabilities. So there are a lot of examples that we can actually talk about and go on, but I'd say web accessibility is one thing that every organization must comply with. There is web content accessibility guidelines that they can quickly kind of, put together, and it is not very difficult to do as well. And in the US, there is a law. If your website is not accessible to persons with disabilities, you get sued. And just because it's not the law in India yet, we are simply getting away with it. So, American India Foundation is actually developing a job portal called inclusivejobs.in. You can go out and also check how it's going to be working. I hope I'm audible. It's moving. Okay. So American India Foundation is actually developing a job portal which is going to be WCAG AAA certified, which means the highest level of accessibility. And if you go and search on Google, I think in the world there's only one website which is AAA certified. That means everyone with disability can, access that particular website. So it's not persons with disabilities and their skills that's stopping them from participating in the workforce, but it is probably organizations who lack awareness of cheap solutions like we are trying to implement, and probably lack of knowledge, but I would certainly say not lack of will, but lack of knowledge and awareness is what is deterring that.
Absolutely. Thanks for bringing that up, Kirti, because even in the earlier panel discussion, I think we realized that we don't know what we don't know, and how many conversations came out around programs that are being driven around livelihoods. And suddenly the numbers were mind-boggling. And it's the same with technology. As you start embedding it in, Vivek used the word, we bake it in upfront. You know, it's like you can't add eggs to baked cake later. So that's the whole point. So coming from that, yeah, absolutely.
Just a quick bit when, Kirti mentioned about web content accessibility guidelines, how you can enable yourself to, produce accessible communication, accessible Word documents, accessible Excel files. In Microsoft Office, we have, in the review tab, there is an accessibility checker, which is built in. I would highly recommend that we proofread our documents and we test our documents for accessibility before we send it out. For all you know, a lot of times, we may send out a very pretty looking email, which is amazing, but to my ears, it says blank, 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 and I don't know what it is. So use the content accessibility guidelines and the accessibility checker that will help you make your content accessible for all types of disabilities, neurodiversity not to be missed as well.
Thank you so much. Thanks for adding that perspective, absolutely. We all learn as we go. And coming to you, Usha, there's so much conversation around tech and AI, and we have you here in this conversation. How can we leverage AI as a tool for workplace inclusion for persons with disabilities? What are some of the lessons that you would be able to share?
Yeah. So am I audible? Yeah. So I'll start with neurodiversity, how AI can help in the context of neurodiversity, and I'll also cover the other aspects of diversity as well towards the end. For people who are not familiar with neurodiversity, because wherever I go, there are like a majority of 80% of the crowd may not have heard of neurodiversity before. So neurodiversity includes people with ADHD, autism, cerebral palsy, and all these conditions. And it's a fundamental dimension of diversity. So you'll have people with visual impaired and autistic. You'll have people with Latino and autistic. So it's a fundamental dimension of diversity. And for neurodiverse people specifically, if you see, it's a spectrum. So if you take autism, it's a spectrum. So there are people on one end of the spectrum who require severe help and more accommodations. On the other end of the spectrum, there are people without intellectual disabilities, but they may not be able to fit into a typical corporate environment. They have problems, with emotional processing. They cannot understand the emotions. They cannot understand, if you send an email to a neurodiverse person with sarcasm and indirect speech, they're highly likely to miss it out because they cannot understand sarcasm and they cannot understand indirect speech. You'll have to be very blunt and direct with them. And this could be in text, and they are unable to understand facial emotions. So if you're going to neurodivergent people cannot understand facial emotions, and neurotypical people, who are the opposite of neurodivergent, they express a lot through body language and social thing. So there are two people who are neurologically different here. So how can organizations help these neurodivergent people? Because there are statistics which shows SAP has employed a lot of autistic people specifically, and it has been able to save around $40 million because of the creative solutions which has come up, which has been put forward by the autistic people. So these are individuals without any intellectual disability. They're highly creative. They're out-of-the-box thinkers as well. So how can you tap into this talent? By using AI-based solutions. So for facial recognitions, we have got a lot of tools using AI. So Google itself had launched Google Glass. Unfortunately, the project had shut down, but there are a lot of such products which are out there in the market. But it's just that it's unaffordable for Indian audience. Most of the prices start from $3,000 to $5,000. And if you take a lot of autistic people, any parent of autistic people, most of them end up getting divorced and, are abandoned, are single mothers who are taking. So $5,000, $3,000 might be still pricey for an Indian market. So we might have to come up with, even if solution exists, we have to come up with cost-effective solutions which can be affordable by, single moms who are taking care of autistic people. So there are a lot of already products which are there Robo Milo, which is developed by University of Texas, Austin. It's around $5,000, which is a robo which trains an autistic kid how to process emotions. So these robots are very effective because of a concept interlinked with neuroscience. So in neuroscience, we have something called neuroplasticity. So if you have a brain, it is not static. You can train and rewire your brain by doing an action over and over and again. So an autistic parent, even if it is her own child, she will get, if she has to repeat something for 200 times or 300 times, she is going to get frustrated. But if it's a robo will be able to do it even for 1,000 times. Even for 1,500 times, the robo will never get tired. So these Robo Milo is there out there in US, but it's around $5,000, which is still inaccessible for majority of people in India. We want similar such robots for Indian market, which is more affordable. And for emotion processing, again, we have huge advancements in AI. AI-based tools you can just embed it as a small tracker in your watch or in your spectacles or in your any form of dress, you can just pin it. There are AI-based devices which can be embedded, which will automatically recognize the emotions in voice, or it could be an audio call, or it could be a person who's sitting right in front of them. It can classify emotions like anger, no, this is sarcasm, this is sadness, and it can help. So autistic people don't have to exhaust themselves in identifying emotions. AI can do that job for them. They can in turn focus on the most important task which they want. Again, an email, there are plugins which can be added to an email, where email, if you're communicating in an indirect way to an autism person or you're using sarcasm, they're high likely to miss that out. But this tracker and tool plugin which is plugged to your email can identify sarcasm, indirect speech, and convey to an autistic person. So AI-based tools can help, because most of the autistic people are very intellectual, and there are professors from IIT, Bombay, IISc, and all of these are autistic people or higher end of the spectrum. Definitely, we have the world's best inventions coming from autistic people like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Lionel Messi is autistic. All of these are brilliant people. But they're just not able to fit into the corporate things because they need accommodations in these space. That's where AI can fit in. And these are some of the inclusions in the context of neurodiversity.
Very interesting, very intense. And I'm sure we're going to try out some of these, sure. One of the perspective of technology usage and AI, and specifically you refer to when the pandemic hit and how things, a lot of people lost jobs across the globe. As normalization started, as the new normal that got defined, we found tech started transforming how people work today. And that started changing the equation for employment opportunities for persons with disabilities as well. At least we experienced that. How does this make inclusion easier for employers today? How do you see the future coming? Vivek, that one's for you, and Usha, if you both could contribute to this one.
Let Vivek start it.
Yeah.
So I think the pandemic also, like Sandeep, I think you called this out sometime back. While the pandemic did touch us in many ways, there are some positives that we can derive out of that entire piece. I think Richa also spoke about this earlier, where a few years back, thinking of working remotely was very, very difficult. Today, that's not the case. A lot of products, what we saw, were developed and enhanced to ensure more remote work. And the future of working will involve a lot of people working remotely. We're already seeing a lot of startups involved in removing, where there was a time where we were looking at investment in infrastructure as a need for starting up, right? But today, everything can be done virtually, it can be done digitally, and that is going to create many more opportunities for people to participate fully in the societies, and the number of opportunities are just going to enhance because of it. A lot of times when we do interview candidates, right, we do see people who complete the entire interview, and towards the end, they check with us, do I need to share that I have a disability, right? Because you cannot differentiate a lot of those biases that exist, right? The unconscious, deep-rooted biases that do exist play a role sometimes in the physical environment. In the digital environment, people can be one with their selves. In a country like India, you can build the most accessible offices, but you still need to bring someone from home to the office. We need to invest in the infrastructure. We need to invest in transport. There is so much that needs to be done, and virtual is going to be the way forward, where there is going to be a lot more digital opportunities, and possibly it does work as a great enabler, equalizer, and somewhere the pandemic has given that much more confidence to organizations, to businesses, that remote work is there to stay. So even now, while we are out of the pandemic to a great extent, we still see organizations having a big percentage of the workforce working remotely, and I think that's just working wonders for people with disabilities as well.
It gives us a level playing field as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'd like to add on to it in the context of neurodiversity. Again, it's a dimension which you have to look at it in a different way. And this pandemic was a boon to all neurodiverse people. The number of neurodiverse people who started getting employed after the pandemic were huge. I mean, it rose tremendously, because before pandemic, the employers were of the opinion, only if we see your face in the office, we feel you have worked. And after the pandemic, this opinion is, because neurodiverse people require very calm, quiet places. They require lights in a certain settings, and they require certain distraction-free environment. If you do not have a budget for setting up workplace for neurodiversity, very easy. Allow them to work from home. That's more than enough, and everything is solved. So you don't have to build an infrastructure for neurodiverse people. So the work from home, I think, has been very thick. That being said, there are a lot of technology and IoT-based solutions available to reduce noise, to reduce distractions, to even IoT-based solutions to tune the light. For the particular neurodiverse person, how can you tune the light? Everything can be done using technology. So a lot of neurodiverse, products already available in the market for companies to just plug in and use. Yeah, this is it.
Thanks for that. Sure. Yeah, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was just saying that, I've been in the space of learning and development. I spent good 17 plus years facilitating workshops and conducting training programs online. Wasn't really considered a possibility. People would think, oh, facilitation, you have to do a program, has to be face-to-face only. And I have done workshops. I've a lot of workshops, traveled as well globally to conduct workshops. But when I would do the workshops, there would definitely be this sense, okay, how do I read my audience? How many people are there? I would use my own techniques to get a sense of that. And what are the, and then people would say, oh, this person's facial expression is this, that person was sitting like that. Now, when we came to the work from home environment, it became like a level playing field for me. Even my non-disabled colleagues couldn't see all of that I couldn't see. So I just thought I would add this bit here. And I'd also like to add one more point that, see, people with disabilities are people first. They're not differently abled or specially abled. People with disabilities are people first, and they're like everybody else. So there are people who would love to work from home. There are people who would love to come to office. So I just want to sow this seed in our minds and heads as well, that let's not assume that if a person is disabled, they would want to work from home only. I just wanted to add this bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that perspective, Madhu. And great perspective, because the whole concept of inclusion has to start moving more towards normalization. That's really sort of types it. Okay, so back to this, my apologies. What are the resources, and Kirti, this one's for you. What are the kind of resources that people can tap into to get to know these technologies, to get to know these platforms, to get to know what's happening, and to make workplaces more inclusive and enhance this agenda? What resources can we go for?
So I think with generative AI now becoming more and more popular, this is completely zero cost. So the tool that I was talking about, we don't pay a single rupee to use that tool. It's available for all. Apart from that, to put that foot in the door, for example, if someone is a person with disability and is a job seeker, but you advertise a job for a person with disability, putting that beautiful band at the bottom saying we are an equal opportunity employer, but you advertise on a portal which is not accessible to a person with disability, it's of no use. If you are advertising an RFP, for example, on a website, which is not accessible to a person with disability, but you just put it somewhere at the corner saying, just like a check in the box that anyone can apply, we are an equal opportunity organization. A person with disability will never be able to even read your RFP in order to participate in that bid and the tender. So web content accessibility is free. It's available to download. All you need to do, or all an organization need to do, is give it to their developer. It explains everything, and it's fairly simple for a non-coder like me to understand and to implement as well. We were talking about foot in the door. An accessible job portal already exists. There are a few already in India. AIF is building an accessible job portal with 100% accessibility to all persons with disabilities, 21 disabilities recognized by RPWD Act 2016. All of them will be able to access that job portal in a couple of months as well. Free resources are available. I would talk on behalf of my organization because that's what I know of very well. We have developed a lot of tools like a white paper which has been published and yet to be made publicly available probably next week. Very soon we will be releasing it, or next month. It is about, global best practices in hiring and working with persons with disabilities. We also have an equal opportunity policy. A lot of organizations say that, oh, we have equal opportunity policy, but it's a global organization, so we follow the global norms. But of course, the Indian government says that you have to follow RPWD Act 2016. And we have a template already ready for all the organizations to come look at it and use it for your own organizations. So a lot of tools have been developed. And American India Foundation looks at it as a 360-degree approach because that is what is required. We need to build an ecosystem. And it has to have partnership from the government, from thought leaders of the corporates, as well as policymakers or persons with disabilities who are high achievers. So we do hackathons, and regularly we will be continuing to do hackathons with a mix of all these thought leaders to solve real problems that exist in workplaces to make workplaces more inclusive. So I request all the organizations especially to follow American India Foundation, because we will be coming out very soon with a lot of support system that we are understanding from the corporates, from the government, as well as from the persons with disabilities, what exist in the system at the moment and the kind of support they require, and we promise to provide that support. Because just by skilling, we are solving the skilling problem, we are into skill development, we are also creating a job portal, so next step after skilling is job and employment. That is getting solved, but when it comes to, putting that foot in the door, even partnership from the corporates, and we did understand from the corporates themselves that lack of knowledge exists, and to fill that gap, we are there to partner with all the organizations and provide that kind of support, and we will come out with a lot of such kind of resources which will be available at no cost, of course.
Amazing insight. Lots of tech out there. I'm sure we'll all get to see some displayed out, but really insightful from that perspective. But just as a closure, I would like to sort of go around and to each one of you and ask for, is there one thing that you would want to see changing to ensure we start talking normalization versus inclusion? One thing. We could start with you, Vivek, or we could start with Madhu.
The gap between I and you, when it becomes we, I think that's when we'll have normalization. And I love making acronyms. I want to leave all of you with an acronym and the word that means something as well, ACT. It's a call to action, right? Let us all act. And what does ACT stand for? ACT stands for build awareness. Be aware the potential of people with disabilities. Be aware of what can be done. Be aware that, that I can never be arrived and then say, okay, now let me bring people with disability on board. Be aware that you can start small, right? And then have that start point somewhere. C would stand for compassion. Have that compassion towards people with disabilities, towards the underrepresented segments, towards what you really can do, and not sympathy, not empathy, but with compassion, solve for the problem. And T would stand for, again, enable solutions using technology. Technology is a big enabler for me. I am now able to use, it's a device, it's an app designed for everyone, and because it is accessible, I'm able to use, for example, something like using a washing machine independently. Some years ago, I couldn't imagine choosing a program on the washing machine on my own. I had to put bindis, on the buttons to differentiate, and I still would go wrong. But now, because it's connected, it is smart, it's connected with the app, I'm able to do that. So I urge all of us to act, be aware, have compassion, and choose technology. Thank you.
Thanks, Madhu. So Vivek.
Very well said, and it's very difficult to go after Madhu after that, right? I think one piece that I'll take away from what Madhu said, and just want to add to that, each one of us has to be an active ally. Disability can happen to any one of us, right? So it's very important that we look at allyship, being there for someone who needs help, because sometime we may be the one who will be seeking that help. That's number one. Number two, as far as technology is concerned, with the advent of AI, there are going to be many more solutions that are going to come up. Right? Today, ensuring that there is accessible technology which is baked in, there is a need also for us to have allyship in spreading the word around. Right? A lot of technology is already there, right? But we still do not access it. We still expect people to type through their toes, whereas they can just speak about it. We have eye gaze. Eye gaze as a technology allows someone to control their PC just through the gaze of their eyes. If you don't have hands, if you don't have legs, you can just use the power of eye gaze to look at it. So before building a lot of solutions, there is also a need for us to look at what is already available and advocate for it. I think it's very important that we look at these solutions, build our own awareness, and then help others in spreading the word around what is always available.
Very powerful inputs. Thanks. Usha, your views.
My views, I think, again, I'll restrict it to the context of neurodiversity. I'm an advocate for neurodiversity. I've done a lot of groundwork, so I can confidently talk on that. And so a lot of people, organizations, right now for the last 1.5 years, we have huge uprising in the number of organizations which have adopted neurodiversity. But before 1.5 years, there were, people stayed away from it. No, now we are only focusing on gender diversity. No, neurodiversity, no, later. Like that, But this is because of the, sometimes people feel there is a huge budget which is required for taking up D&I initiatives. I've organized Neurodiversity India Summit, which is the first ever conference for neurodiversity for the last 3 years. I've spent zero cost in all these 3 years. We had 80+ speakers. We had top speakers speaking from Stanford and all that, zero cost spent. And 3 years successfully ran, there's no money spent. We pulled in best people who were willing to work for us for free. So when I can do it, the organizations can also do it. There is zero budget involved in such initiatives. So you can do a high impact, you can scale these initiatives with zero cost. So it is possible. If you want more help, you can always reach out to me later. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Usha.
I think everyone agrees that there are gaps, and I believe that if we work in silos, we will not be able to build the ecosystem that we are trying to build to bring about a change. If we want to bring about a change and an impact, we need to work together and build an ecosystem that brings about the change that we are talking about today. So be it technology, be it corporates, be it thought leaders or persons with disabilities or NGOs, we all need to work together and create a repository, and together we can bring about a change that we're talking about today.
Richa, closing.
Thank you. I think coming from the corporate side, Sandeep, I would just say that my summarized message to everyone here is that don't postpone this. You know, don't delay it. Don't say that we will do it next year when we have the budgets. You just have to decide, and you just have to make that one small start. That's it. And then you will find the allies within your organization who will join you in this journey. If you want to make your organization which is relevant, which is future ready, which is sustainable, this is the only way to be. Thank you.
Very powerful insights, a lot of tech, and you know, in summary, networks, ecosystems, moving away gradually, building that capability in CSR, but actually moving that capable pool through learning, through skilling, through empowerment with technology into workplaces is really going to be the future. You know, from a perspective of bringing talent pool into the workplace, a lot of NGOs are needed, a lot of mobilization is needed, but what happens after that is really where the change starts. What skilling is going in? Is it future ready? Are you pacing in terms of the range of disabilities that we all spoke about? And how are some of the newest trends around AI actually going to be leveraged for disabilities that are not so visible? There is a 15% talent pool out there. There is a 15% customer base out there. That's the message for corporates. With that, I'd like to thank this panel for their views and taking the time out for this very important and critical conversation. May we get to know more in terms of technology, be the searcher, and I'm sure a lot of the panelists here will be available to you to reach out to seek any additional inputs that you have around tech solutions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. Thanks to the moderator. And now, may I quickly invite on stage Ms. Sayani Basu, Senior Program Manager, Rural Entrepreneurship, and Mr. Anurag Shukla, Operations Manager, to kindly present mementos as token of our appreciation and thanks to the esteemed panelists as well as the moderator. We thank Mr. Well, we start from this side. We thank Ms. Richa Singh. And from that side, we thank Ms. Madhubala Sharma. Ms. Kirti Paliwal. Our thanks to Mr. Vivek Misra. We thank Ms. Usha Rangaraju. And our thanks to the esteemed moderator, Mr. Sandeep Bidani. So ladies and gentlemen, as we have shared earlier also, we are also accompanied by our teams on the ground who are doing amazing work towards making the world a better place to live in. Do visit our display in the pre-function area and see the realistic models of ProPlanet range of products created by our women's self-help groups, our tech partners, and innovations in disability inclusion and assistive technology, as well as digital empowerment. You never know, you may get a solution to one of your challenges on the ground for a sustainable business model. And before we take the day further, I would like to remind you all that we have one more session, a very interesting session ahead. That will be our third session. And we will be taking the discussion forward. This session will talk about women as enablers of the transition to a green economy. I promise to you that it is going to be a very, very scintillating and enjoyable discussion. Meanwhile, I invite you all to please join us for lunch But we do congregate back here at 2:50 sharp so that we can start the next session on time. Please do enjoy the break, but please don't forget to join us back in time. Thank you.
पोडियम और थोड़ा सा इधर कर दो। हो जाएगा। फिर भी यहाँ पे नहीं मिलेगा। बस
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. We request you all to please kindly take your seats.
Abhi hold it, Abhi. I'm gonna speak like ruk ke chal ke. Abhi people are yet to come inside. Hello. Hi, Pooja. बढ़िया आप सुनाओ. अच्छा तो कल ना करके हम परसों कर सकते हैं क्या? या कल मैं फ्री हूँ. मैं तो आज भी फ्री हूँ तो आज भी इवेंट करो. परसों एनी टाइम मतलब परसों आई डोंट हैव एन इवेंट सो आई कैन कम व्हाटएवर टाइम यू वांट. ठीक है ठीक है. ओके.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. I'll once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. Members of the audience who are still standing, I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats. Once again, a gentle reminder to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. We're now ready to start the post-lunch session, which is going to talk about women as enablers of the transition to a green economy. I have the pleasure of introducing the esteemed speakers to you all. The speakers in this session are Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi, Head Action for Climate and Environment, UNDP India. Mr. Vinay Jaju, Co-founder, Switch On Foundation. Ms. Poonam Chandok, Head HR, L&T Energy Hydrocarbons. Ms. Mahima Bhargava, Head Technology, Sun Group, Renewables. Dr. Shrestha Banerjee, Director, India Just Transition Center, Forest. Dr. Praveen Saxena, Chief Executive Officer, Skill Council for Green Jobs. And the moderator for this session is Yuvraj Dinesh Babu. He's the lead Center of Excellence, Just Transition, Climate Change and Sustainable Development, NSDC. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the lineup. A brief introduction to our esteemed speakers and the moderator of this session. Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi is Head of Environment, Energy and Resilience at UNDP India. He has been working on the topics of environment, climate change and circular economy in India for more than 18 years. Mr. Vinay Jaju is the co-founder of Switch On Foundation. This is on solar, organic foods, and on skills. He has led projects in partnerships with various ministries of the Government of India and agencies like the US Embassy, GIZ, UNDP, GE, WWF, etc. He has received the Global Entrepreneurship and Leadership Award from AIESEC and has been awarded the CSA Fellowship from Packard Foundation. In this session, we have Ms. Poonam Chandok. She is currently spearheading HR in the capacity of General Manager and HR Head of L&T Energy Hydrocarbons. She has 3 decades of experience in various aspects of HR, including organization development, change management, and talent acquisition, talent management, and learning and development. Our next speaker in this session would be Ms. Mahima Bhargava. She is currently serving as Head Technology with Sun Group in their renewable energy arm and has spent almost 2 decades in the power sector, including renewable energy and power distribution. Before Sun Group, she led the solar engineering team at Awada Power and was part of the techno-commercial teams at Tata Power.
We have in this panel Dr. Shrestha Banerjee. She is the director of India Just Transition Center, which is an initiative of the International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology. She holds a PhD in Environmental and Energy Policy from the University of Delaware and a Master in Environmental Studies from Ohio University. Dr. Praveen Saxena is the Chief Executive Officer of the Skill Council of Green Jobs Skill India Mission. He is superannuated as an advisor in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and as Director General of the National Institute of Solar Energy in the year 2015. Our esteemed moderator is Mr. Nityanandam Yuvaraj Dinesh Babu, who is currently the Executive Director of the Power and Utilities Climate Change Assurance and Sustainability Services at Ernst & Young. He was the team leader for the Grid-Connected Solar Roofing PV Technical Assistance Program, Suprabha, for 17 states in India, which was managed by EY as a project management consultant. A very warm welcome to you all. May I request you to please join us on stage. And as you can see, the young lady who's standing right beside me on stage is doing sign language interpretation. So once again, a gentle request to all the esteemed speakers to kindly maintain a steady and comfortable pace so that they can enable sign interpretation.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me formally thank AI for giving us this opportunity. Just to kind of reconfirm my position, don't get confused with the two roles that has been told about me. So you can identify me as a lead for the Center of Excellence being launched by NSTC. So for the time being, let me identify myself on that role. I thought there'll be a couple of challenges. One is the post-lunch session. So we'll try to make the kind of session as engaging as possible. Maybe a kind of making it a bit louder so the speakers the volume could be increased to make you engaged. That's one thing, the best I could do. The other thing is to put the esteemed speakers on spot. I already warned them last Saturday that I'll be kind of forced to ask some questions if the session is so boring. So I'll do that as well, to make them a bit more caught unaware and then try to think about how they can handle that. So that's the second part. But I know already the question I saw on the LinkedIn post when this event was published, that it's not a kind of a good representation in this panel. So you can see that already, right? So my apologies for that. It was maybe intended because men know the challenges why the women are not allowed to progress more in this field. So maybe we can talk more about their challenges than women themselves, because they are empowered. That's my opinion already. This is more the opportunity that the men are taking away from women rather than the other way around. So that is one part of the story. And the other part is that we should also learn, right? So if you guys only speak on the panel, then how could we know about your challenges? So I thought that's the design, right? Yeah, see, already we are awake and we are agreeing to certain points. The last discovery for me is that this is not a panel discussion, by the way, at all. Look at the agenda. It says discourse. Okay? So be ready for that. I am not going to run the panel as a normal panel discussion is going to go on. I'm going to shut up and then ask them to give the discourse, which means you have to have your full ears of attention to what they're going to talk to you, share with you. So I already told them this is not a Q&A session or a kind of tell me what you know. This is basically kind of understanding what each other should know on the subject. And this subject is so vast that it could take days together to understand even the basic kind of terminologies. So I was just telling Akansha, who's sitting there as an audience, but she was more suitable to replace me here, that the kind of acronyms we have in this energy sector it would take days together to understand and decipher that. So that's a kind of a warning. But I have also requested Dr. Praveen Saxena to unfold that kind of a mystery to you to some extent, because many of you may not understand the nuances that the so-called green economy we are talking about. That's a buzzword today. But there is a host of definitions, practices, success stories that are behind this green economy. It's not an easy word, though it is very easy to pronounce. But in terms of implementation and the journey that many people in this room have embarked maybe 40 years ago, 50 years ago, like Dr. Saxena is a legendary in this field. I won't call him as a veteran yet. Yeah, he's a legend in this field. And I have practiced what I learned. Basically, I'm a mechanical engineer in energy conservation, master's in energy conservation, and still practicing renewable energy for the last 30 years. So I'm very proud that I'm practicing what I learned. So with that, I would just to give a very, very, very generic exposure. I never did this before. I want to be very, very careful on such panels when such sensitive topic is involved, that I don't misspell or kind of give a wrong message. So I have prepared for the first time in my moderation certain things. So I have to look at that and talk. So apologies for that. So what I feel is that on this subject, especially with reference to energy and green economy, much has been said and less has been done. I think this sentence is from the morning you would have heard this, right? So therefore, that's what we feel is that there is more action to be done rather than just talking. So that's what we call walking the talk. You have excellent panelists here who have done that and still walking, still running, and still making the next generation also inspired by their journey and experience. So that is one aspect I want to emphasize here. That is not just a talk, it is more in terms of sharing what could be done now, not tomorrow, now, just now. So that is the inspiration that we would like you to draw upon from this esteemed panel. You have chosen this post-lunch session to be with us, so better open your eyes and ears and try to be a part of this journey. I'm really serious when I said this, because this is not just yet another a kind of a one-way monologue. It has to be a dialogue, so be ready with your questions as well. Make us uncomfortable. We are happy to kind of answer those questions as well. The next part is basically in terms of even definition of how we define a woman. So I don't know how I liked what former late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi said, and I'm going to look at the laptop and talk about it. She said there are no men or women but only people. She said this. Everyone has man and woman in them. What I look for and what matters is their competency. That's all she said. So it can be argued either way. But what she said was the underlining factor is the competency. And that is where we are talking about the opportunity, whether it is given to today's women to become competent in this economy. Whether it is green or blue or black, I don't care. But whether they have the relevant and the much needed competency for this. So that is the opening kind of a remark I wanted to mention. In terms of the transition, I think Asia is comparatively, maybe significantly better than the rest of the world, I would say, in terms of empowering, enabling, and engaging with women. What we kind of witness is basically these words that are being coined: from the field to the board, which means the leadership; from consulting to manufacturing, which means the strength showcasing; from financing to entrepreneurs, which means the financing dependency; and then becoming practitioners from preachers, which means they are really showcasing what they can do, just not train people. And then from consumers to influencers. So there are many women in this country and in the Asian part of the geography that they have become more influencing for millions of people to enter into this green economy. And from critiques to policy makers. So this is a kind of a very pride kind of a transformation which we are already seeing, but it is not enough. We all know that. So from that angle, I'm really blessed to be part of the ecosystem of the corporates as well. And also I was running my own venture kind of 20 years back. I have always been blessed by working with a lot of women in various capacities. I personally owe a big one to Akanksha, without which under her leadership I learned a lot, but very briefly, she kicked me out of her practice and I went to climate change within less than 6 months. and that defined my career as well. But throughout the whole journey in my life, I have been always blessed to working with women. And even today, I'm very proud to be part of being recognized that I can moderate such a session. It's a very, very big kind of a recognition, which I feel that I'm more privileged. So without any further boring remarks, I would just try to set the tone for the whole discourse. That I have to apologize that I'm not going to say ladies first. Sorry for that. So it's going to be Dr. Saxena first. Largely because of the reason I told you, he's going to give a kind of an overview in terms of how the renewable energy scenario is being set in the country and globally, and his experience, almost 35 to 40 years, correct me sir if I'm wrong, from MNRE perspective. So he'll be giving the overall perspective of what is happening from the technology front, and of course, he will strongly lace that discussion with the women-centric topics in terms of what are the challenges and what kind of solutions that he could kind of think about and implementing already in his second avatar as a CEO at the Skill Council. So let me now introduce Dr. Saxena to give his views first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dinesh, and in fact, very, very interesting opening remarks as usual. Akanksha, thank you. Thank you for being here, and she has been one of the veterans in renewable energy, and she chose to come to this session especially to sort of represent that yes, women has been always there in renewable energy. So she is one of the representatives. The moderator has given me the responsibility of just picking up what all was done in last almost 40 years, because there would not be many people, frankly speaking, who would have that kind of a experience or knowledge of what all has happened. Most of you, I can see, were probably born after we entered into the renewable energy sector. So just a very brief background and how women has played an important role in framing the renewable energy sector itself. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources, which was Department of Non-Conventional Energy Sources in 1982, was carved out of Department of Science and Technology. At that point in time, mainly we were looking at some decentralized application, and suddenly it struck me that in fact the foundation of MNRE comes from the programs which were completely women-centric. The initial programs were improved cook stoves and biogas programs. These two programs were absolutely rocking for about 10-12 years in MNRE, and all our activities were directed towards that. Today what we see as renewable energy technology, which is solar and wind by and large, were actually not even on horizon at that point in time. Even though I belong to solar sector, but actually we always felt that solar probably can meet very minor requirements of households, of lighting and small lighting, and not anything more than that. But happy to share with you that the initial programs of renewable energy are completely women-centric, and at least for women. I would not say that many women were part of implementing those programs, but definitely these programs were for women, largely towards the rural sector. On a very lighter side, if renewable energy is actually considered as part of the power sector. So if you see the names, power sector looks, from the name it looks male-ish, and renewable energy looks female-ish. It is a better half of the entire power sector. This was just when Dinesh was speaking something. I said, yes, that's true, that renewable energy, which is becoming most important these days, are now exceeding the percentage in terms of 50% of power generation in our country. So as a history, we started with improved cook stove program, biogas program, which were all women-centric, and then slowly moved in 94, 95 to wind, which was once again a huge sector. But yes, it was large power generation which was coming, and about 10 years wind was taking the platform, and all power requirements were through wind. Then we probably moved somewhere around 2002 onwards, looking at solar as a larger sector comparatively, where we were always thinking that solar would be for the lighting applications. And once again, all the renewable energy programs are once again centric to household, meeting the energy requirement of a household, meeting the lighting requirement, or meeting the indoor pollution kind of a thing. In 2010, there was a complete switchover when a national solar energy program, a national solar photovoltaic program or solar energy program was announced, and we said that we will be doing about 100 megawatts. We turned to 100 gigawatts, and today we are talking of country moving to 450 gigawatts from renewable energy. And honestly speaking, people like us really take time to count how many zeros are there in gigawatts. It's true. We never thought in renewable energy we can even touch megawatts, but today it is gigawatts. Since we have number of panels, very quickly I will touch one more point, that women has been quite a part of renewable energy, and probably I can attribute the success of renewable energy today towards the equality in the gender as far as renewable is concerned. You must be aware, government has announced green hydrogen mission in January, and probably that is one area which would once again take a leap in renewable energy and bringing renewable energy on the forefront. And I'm sure the power sector or the PNG, CNG sector would look at women as an integral part of this development, which is surely going to be very, very important. I would be very happy to continue, but I think we have more panelists to speak. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for kind of setting the context. But as I mentioned, he just gave you a drop in the ocean in terms of what is happening in this sector. So there is a lot of other aspects that would evolve around it. And as I mentioned in his second avatar, sir has kind of embarked upon skilling the whole country from the green jobs perspective, and it has kind of become another legacy in his experience, I would say, and definitely we can take more advantage of what he is doing right now. Now next to move to Dr. Ashish, again apologies, no lady second also, that Ashish is going to kind of give a global perspective, if I am right, in terms of UNDP's initiative from the gender aspect, and the kind of initiatives that is being now kind of evolving from the UNDP Global and India, and kind of experience that UNDP is gaining to further expand this program. Just a small request to that 8 minutes part, but sir has given more than 3 minutes to you, so you have 11 minutes now. But I leave it to you. But we have a second round as well, so that's a design. So
I'm
please
not greedy. Yes. Thank you very much for inviting me, and delighted to be here. Of course, a full house post-lunch, so of course the onus is on the panel to keep you awake and of course give you something to chew on. So Dr. Saxena has already started. We started talking a little bit about energy. I'm going to broaden the narrative a little bit more to talk about climate change in general, and then come back to sort of certain things about design principles which UNDP is using to sort of inform its programming on gender mainstreaming in the green sector, but also beyond. So let's sort of think about the various narratives that you hear on climate. The sort of heat, exacerbated heat, the extreme weather, the temperatures rising, increased frequency of extreme weather events, increased intensity of extreme weather events. And when we start thinking about systematically thinking about climate, as people, as an economist, for me, climate is sort of something which exacerbates existing risks. So there are certain risks that you face as an economy, as a society, and what climate is doing is exacerbating certain risks, and of course, creating some opportunities in the bargain as well, right? And I'm going to talk about both of these issues in the next 7.5 minutes, 7 minutes that I have. So one of the first things that one has to start thinking about is, if you have exacerbated risks, then existing inequalities will actually worsen, right? So if you're facing more risks, if you're facing more challenges, then existing risks, existing inequalities, iniquities, sort of distributional challenges do get exacerbated. And gender is one example, is probably one of the most prominent examples of how climate is actually going to make things worse as far as inequalities are concerned. Just think about an extreme weather event, the aftermath of an extreme weather event. If you have a cyclone, who faces the brunt of the burden when it comes to care work? Does unpaid care work increase or decrease when you actually have an extreme weather event? Similarly, think about sort of heat stress. Who's kind of, if there are extreme sort of increased burden of diseases, who's going to face more burdens as compared to, well, either unpaid care work or also more vulnerabilities? Okay, so climate is basically, you have to think of it from the lens of increased risk, right? Especially as far as physical, and I can now sort of turn quickly to what kind of risks are we facing when it comes to climate. So there are some things called physical risks, right? So temperature increase is a physical risk, right? More extreme weather events are physical risks, they harm you, right? But there are some things called transitional risks. So when you have to move away from fossil fuels to renewable energy, the example that Mr. Saxena gave, there are transitional risks. Where is the money going to come from? Where are the skills which are required to make that transition? Where is that going to come from? So transitional risks actually provide certain opportunities as well. Killing story, which I'm going to come to. Okay, so let's start with physical risks. Women in agriculture. So agriculture is one of the most sort of exposed physical risk sort of occupation, right? You're completely dependent on the sort of elements, as they're called, and especially in a country like India where you have so many smallholders, and globally as well, you can see how vulnerable smallholder farmers are to the changing climate. And just imagine smallholder farmers being women who anyway have sort of much less access to certain kinds of resources, all kinds of access to resources, finance, equipments, sort of knowledge. That's going to get even more exacerbated. So FAO came with a report a decade ago almost, which gave really interesting numbers, right? So I have that here. If all women smallholders received equal access to resources, their farm yields could rise by 20 to 30%. And this is decade-old numbers, 2011, 2012, right? 100 to 150 million people would no longer go hungry, and carbon dioxide emissions could be reduced by 2.1 gigatons. One of India's NDCs is 2.5 to 3 billion tons or gigatons of carbon dioxide emission reduced. That's one sort of critical element of India's NDC. So just imagine, if you really start thinking about providing better access to resources, strengthening women's sort of access to sort of farm equipment, knowledge and all, you could actually get these benefits in this green transition as well, right? So climate is going to make things worse as far as this is concerned due to the transitional risks. Now, to the physical risk. Now let's come to the transitional risks. So if you want to transition to a greener economy, you would need a much more systemic approach because there are many sort of social, economic, environmental factors involved. And of course, Dinesh was trying to sort of define what a green economy looks like. It's sort of a complex interplay of sort of the economy and the environment, but providing certain kinds of opportunities which haven't hitherto arisen, right? So renewable energy, as Mr. Saxena was talking about, incredible rise. India is a fantastic growth story, right? We're talking about sort of from like a pittance to 122 gigawatts in no time, right? And we're now talking about going to 450, 500, or even more by 2030, right? Gigawatts. So there are great many opportunities which can be realized. But for that, you will need skills and we have colleagues sitting here in the panel who've been involved in this process, and I'm delighted to be sitting next to Mahima. So who've been sort of skilled in this process. You need education, the STEM fields, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And a major risk is that women will be locked out of some of these jobs without having access to adequate STEM education. And if you're not intentional, and that's my sort of message that I want to close my remarks with, if you're not intentional by design in dealing with these physical risks and these transition risks, you will face more and more exacerbated inequities and more sort of imbalances going forward. And climate is going to be one of those layers of risks which is going to be added onto it. So the way we're dealing with it, and of course we're happy to get your feedback on this, we have 5 design principles that we use for the lack of a better phrase, gender mainstreaming, but I don't think it's only about gender mainstreaming. It's about being really intentional in working with a gendered lens to development, very broadly. And the first one is essentially, very obviously, to tap into demonstrated demand. We have a demonstrated demand for renewables right now. How are we pushing, being intentional about a long-term trajectory where we mainstream and educate, women get more and more into this space. Very sort of basic example, in Uttarakhand, we are working with, there are many women trekkers, right? A lot of women trekkers are going more and more to the mountains. There are very few women guides and rangers. So we started working with the local skilling ecosystem to train these people into guiding, making women rangers, women guide. And we did this in Uttarakhand, we're doing it in Afghanistan, we're doing it in other parts of the world as well. Right? Really thinking about, okay, you have tourists who are women all the everywhere, and when they go to certain societies where there are gender biases, why not make women guides, women rangers? And in order to do that, so that's the first design principle, tap into an existing demand. But when you actually have to tap into that existing demand, you have to not only work with women, but also the not women around them, right? So in Afghanistan, as well as, so I have the example from Afghanistan, where you actually had to spend a lot of time talking to the men, saying, okay, it would be great if your women could actually be a part of this engagement process with the tourism industry. It's a tricky process. You get beaten black and blue on occasions. You're not taken very seriously because you're disconnected. But I think it's important to look at that, not only focus on the existing demand, but also create change around women, not just to women. And I think that's very important. This entire thing about talking to young men and boys, I think that's very significantly important when you want to be intentional about this. The third is to start thinking about developing a microcosm of change rather than trying to be only at the stratosphere. So when you go to a small community, gender imbalances are very intersectional. There is a lot of correlations between the lack of livelihood opportunities, lack of finance, dignity issues, all kinds of intersectional challenges, poverty, class, so they interact with each other. And rather than always thinking about, and as UNDP, we take that very seriously, saying, okay, we're going to do some mainstreaming of environment at the level of MNRE, do some policy-related intervention. I think it's also important to demonstrate change on the ground in a microcosm, and it can be a small community, and that's what we're trying to do in places like Uttarakhand, as well as in other places. Two last points, and then I'll shut up. The first one is about thinking to make change beneficial for those who believe they might be losing out, and especially men. So a lot of men, when there are advancements in gender relations, a lot of men feel that they're going to be left out. And in Nepal, this happened, where people complained that the opportunities which were being provided to men in some of these organizations, they were losing out. So how do you get them involved? How do you create this entire dialogue with men? And in fact, even in organizations like UNDP, today we actually had a conversation with only men about the sort of gender mainstreaming, gender seal process that we are trying to introduce within UNDP as a whole. And finally, we need to close the loop so that the interventions that we are initiating become much more self-sustaining. And capacity development and the kind of networks that you're trying to create here are super important, right? To create platforms where people learn on a significant basis or continuous basis, mainstreaming in the skilling process, in the education process, and then thinking about capacity development not only at the level of individuals as skilled, but also in terms of organizations. How are you strengthening organizations, and how are you strengthening networks of organizations so that you can actually have a systemic impact going forward. I'll stop now.
Dinesh, can I draw my 3 minutes?
I shouldn't have told that to you. Okay, please go ahead, sir.
He says that I've saved 3. So very quickly on Dr. Ashish's point, very, very important point he made, that we have to actually design our programs in such a way that we mainstream. Very short example, UNDP gave us a project which had a small incentive for women candidates. And I'm surprised to see that we have more than 200 women candidates coming in skilling in solar and related areas. So that small incentive not only brought the women, because I don't know whether the women got that or they will get it, but it was an incentive to the training institution also. And that was a design. That was the design in the program that out of 1,200 women candidates have to be trained, and they would be given this additional benefit. So probably your point is absolutely well taken, that the programs should now be designed in such a manner that we try to bring that kind of a equal participation in our programs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have no more banking. Sorry, just joking. So I think Ashish gave an excellent overview of not only the aspect and the perspective, but also the action that UNDP is taking not only in India but across. That's a great story to continue to follow. So I would request you to follow Ashish on the LinkedIn. I'm doing free advertisement for him. UNDP is doing a lot of work. I'm a big fan of UNDP's effort in energy for almost now 30, 40 years. It's a great inspirational kind of a development story, I would say. So please follow that in terms of what UNDP is doing. So now, yes, for the first time, I'm going to invite in this panel Madam Poonam Shandok from L&T. So it's a very powerful story she has to say. And we already discussed this. Saturday was very, very keen to know more about her in terms of how she's heading the hydrocarbon sector. I couldn't believe it. I read it twice, what she's doing currently. And then the challenge of converting that into the current context, the green economy aspect. So she would be an excellent kind of knowledge leader, I would say, more than anything else, to inspire the next generation in terms of how a firm like L&T can show and lead by example, and at the same time empower within. The L&T itself now is entering into green manufacturing, has already entered into green manufacturing in a big way. At EY, we were also discussing in terms of how to convert that into a beneficial platform for the carbon side of it. So from that angle, I think we will definitely gain from what she is going to say. But I would give you a warning, she's going to inspire you too much. So be prepared for that, and then try to kind of ask her contact details when the session is over. She's going to really inspire you and impress you. Over to you, ma'am.
My God. Very happy to be here. And I think whatever you were saying, it was actually how we've dealt with our story of how we are working on DEI. So it was like I almost felt that I'm the practical side of the agenda that you read. One quick one I will tell you. Women's Day gets celebrated very widely, and you typically have men, some of them will always say that, why so much hangama and things like that. So I realized, and I'm being very honest about it, that 19th November is International Men's Day. I don't know how many people know this, but we celebrated it with aplomb across L&T. And it was the first time. And We did exactly what we do for Women's Day. We did games for them. We sent them thank you cards for the kind of colleagues they have been. We ran sessions on medical problems that men face. And it was very well appreciated. And I think it got summed up very beautifully by one young boy who gave a feedback saying that when you used to celebrate Women's Day, we used to say, okay, ek din tumhara, baki din hamare. And now that you have celebrated this, ek din tumhara, ek din hamara, baki din hum sabke. So I think that was a beautiful example of inclusion. And like you were mentioning that, you need to be inclusive in making everything happen. Okay, so let me tell you about the diversity, equity, and inclusion journey of L&T. When I took over my earlier role as corporate learning and development, it was the first time I was getting an opportunity to look at pan-L&T. I've spent more than 2 decades with L&T. It was the first role which was an apex kind of a role. So I went back to the strategy documents to see that, what is it mentioned in the strategy document of what we want to achieve. We have these 5-year Laksh programs. And what is it that I can take out of there in the L&D space of, developing our agenda. And I found that there was a mention over there which said that we wanted the women diversity to be of some percentage. And I said, okay, is there a story there for us to work on? So we plotted the last 5 years, how we've grown in women diversity. We plotted the next 5 years, and we found that there's going to be so went back to the management, and they said, oh, we are absolutely open. I mean, we have no problems. You can work on this. You need to tell us what you're going to do. Went back to the HR heads, and they said, oh, but management needs to do something about it. Now, who starts working where? So that was one challenge that was something which got me thinking. And we said, nobody is willing. Let us give them a framework. And that's the framework that I'm going to share with you. This framework is available on the L&T net, on our L&T webpage as well. So we built the framework on 4 pillars. Okay, before that, there was another thing which was mentioned in the Laksh program, saying that we want to make the organization younger. So our DEI charter then talks about gender. It talks about generation, because we have people from all generations, starting from 18-year-old boys, the diploma graduates, to 60+ people, and how this gender diversity can work better. We thought we needed to do some work on that and reduce the average age of the organization. And the third we picked up was people with disabilities. Now, typically L&T is seen as this macho, site life, hard manufacturing life, and so on. And that is true. It is, for the main L&T, it is almost 70% of our business. So people with disabilities, people had not thought about it. So we said, let's start conversations and see where it will get us there. So these were the 3 agendas. Then we built these 4 pillars. The first pillar was called induct. What are you going to do to ensure that you get more women into the organization, younger generation into the organization? And it started with identifying roles. Start identifying roles in the organization which typically you never thought a woman could do. So today, as I speak, my HR representative in Algeria site, which is literally in the middle of the desert. There is nothing for hundreds of kilometers around that, is a lady. Now, I didn't put her there. I didn't put her there out of choice or anything. When I said that this role is available, she put up her hand. I did not become paternalistic. I did not say what will happen to your 6-year-old daughter, what will happen to your ailing mother-in-law. I said, are you prepared for this? She said, yes. I said, who will take, are you sure you can handle your responsibility? She said, yes. And I posted her there. So identifying such roles became one of the things that managers across L&T have taken. Identify roles where you can try out women. Then we've identified roles where we can try out lower degree of skills. You know, can we try out an ITI pass out from some village in Assam to do a job which erstwhile was being done by a diploma engineer? Now, just like that, you can recruit him, but you can't post him. So we spent a year training that person on the skills required to be successful at that particular job and then deploy them. So we started identifying roles. We then started focusing on, you know, of course, sourcing. Sourcing is about advertising. Sourcing is about talking about it. And entry level was a lot easier, you know, going to colleges. The representation of women in engineering colleges has increased dramatically, whereas our intake was not reflecting that. So we had to start reflecting that. To reflect that, we had to do a lot of internal change management and talking to the people and saying that, you know, you need to take more women trainees. They are ready to go to sites. They are ready to do difficult things. They are ready to do night shifts. And our experiment was pretty successful. The second is about what we say is develop, which is your traditional training and development, where we took a very different look at it. We said we have this plethora of leadership development programs. We don't want yet another leadership development program. We didn't want to deny a lady who had attended a leadership development program under our Winspire program to any of the regular programs. So we said, what is it that we need to talk in these programs? And we identified that our frontline leadership and the second line leadership, we call it mid-management levels, they are at a particular age group. We said, in that age group, what are the challenges that women face? We identified that, found the right partners who talked about those challenges and how a woman can enable herself and equip herself to face those challenges so that she doesn't fall out from the working class. Because I think generally it is known that women start with good numbers, but they tend to fall out once they have these challenges of family and you know, shifting cities or for various reasons. So how to overcome that? And so that was the develop. So develop was very specific to the needs of women at various stages of their career. The third was, of course, it was engage. You need to build an environment where if you're bringing about so many changes, then everybody else needs to play their part to create inclusion. Very well put by a colleague of mine was, diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. And I think that is some work that we did. So again, we did it a little differently. We went back and we asked them the challenges that, that women and youngsters have in L&T. And we built little case studies around them. And we used theater methodology, which is a very impactful way of making people feel the change. And we used that and we tried to say that, you know, how they can be more inclusive. And the fourth was, of course, enable, which is about policy building. So we did a lot of work in 3 areas. We were very happy at the end of year 1 of this entire effort. We went back and we found that the needle didn't move. Not at all. It was exactly the same percentage as it was last year. We realized that change takes time. In an organization as large as L&T, it takes even more time. So we continued doing what we did, but we had a sufficiently strong story now to go back and tell the management that we needed policy changes. And by the time everybody had got sufficiently aligned, and we brought about some of very, I mean, maybe ordinary, but sensitive policy changes in the organization. And the talk became, we had our entire top management coming and talking to the organization on Women's Day, which had never happened before. And the work just, you know, we kept improving and our efforts at what we were doing. And now, this is now year 3 of our efforts. And now the trajectory, the graph is going in the right direction. And there's still, of course, miles to go before we sleep, but that's been our journey, a very, very practical kind of a journey of how we did it. I never went to consultants. I said that, of course, we are very proud L&Tites, I think. So we said that we We will do what we think is organically right for this organization. We understand this organization. And once we did all this work, I did go back to the specialists and to these renowned people in the DI space to ask them that, did we do it right? What is the course correction? What is the way forward? And I was very happy to know that we ended up doing things right in this journey, and therefore it is very replicable. I think one of the main reasons I'm sharing it is it's extremely replicable and can be done by anybody who has that intent and passion and the alignment in the organization.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I promised that, she delivered it, so thanks so much. And as I said, the replicability, I think that's why it is very important to hear that story. It fits in not only within L&T. Now she's going to become a consultant. I'm going to go to her and then get the experience. So I don't mind, ma'am, actually. So that's a necessity now in terms of how you understand the whole journey, irrespective of the sector you are. And as Ashish also agreed with me, the green economy is very easy to say, but very hard to kind of decipher. And we need more and more engagement with both the side to understand the best out of it. Next, I have Dr. Shweta Banerjee from iForest. So she's leading the just transition aspect of it. So it's a very favorite subject for everybody these days, for the younger generation especially, who now carry their own cups into Starbucks. I don't know how many of you have seen it. It is increasing in the US. Almost 6 out of 10 youngsters are carrying their own cups. In India, at least 2 out of 10. It's a very good data to ponder upon. I don't dare to do that, but I should try. But this is a great showcasing of how you can do a very tiny, not even a tiny, it's a kind of a small atom kind of a initiative that one could do to change the perspective, just visualizing that aspect. And I was just sharing with one of the colleagues from Skill Council that just imagine the kind of transition impact about the climate. Dr. Ashish gave an excellent example. I think Dr. Shweta is going to give more about it. But just visualize the impact of a very typical guy who each one of us will see every day in our lives is basically the cable guy, right? Every one of you in this room will have a cable connection, including the panelists. I also have one. The guy carrying the dish antenna for the first time into your house, very happy. He puts the dish antenna, connects the cable, and then walks off. Now his job is in danger. I don't know how many of you agree. We have, right, OTT, it's streaming, so we don't need a dish antenna at all. This is happening in the developed world already, and India is not very far from that. I don't know whether Dr. Shweta agrees with me or not. Now we are trying to see how we can empower the same guy who has the dish antenna on his left hand and the solar panel on the right hand. Meaning that we empower him to go to the same house. He knows inside out because you call them for any troubleshooting. And that guy understands the roof better than anybody else, right? He goes to the roof. So he's going to put the rooftop solar. He's going to be trained on that. And there is a massive program that NSDC has launched last week with one of the industry providers to empower at least 2 to 3 such experts or technical guys or an electrician, etc., in 19,101 pin codes, to be very precise, across the country, who's going to really empower that part of powering the residents with that. So there are many such examples. I don't want to steal the thunder from Dr. Shweta. Over to you. And I believe you'll be able to kind of make an impression that this is the time that the women are going to define the just transition aspect of it. So over to you.
Thank you so much. There are 3 things which defines today what we were discussing. One is women, one is transition, and one is a green economy. So those 3, I believe, are the buzzwords. Now, in some ways, and women, we all understand women empowerment, how women can work, what needs to be done for women, how HR can work around women. But the difficult questions are that how do we engage them in a transition to a green economy? And by green economy, so far what we have been discussing is the macro economy, where we have an industry, where we have a big company, where we have large-scale RE and all the procurement. But there is also a micro-scale economy, where it is also a green economy. First of all, green economy, we all need to understand it's not just about green energy. Green energy is one component of it.
But the kind of green economy that needs to be built and supported to actually make this transition happen is much more bigger than that. It in fact builds on building green SMEs. You can have agro-based industries, you can have forest-based industries, all of which more specifically at the state level, because there where the transition to the green economy will happen. If we talk of the energy transition that we are talking. So basically, energy transition means that we are going to move away from fossil fuel production and consumption. Now, consumption is more of, we all are impacted by, but production is specifically going to hit hard on jobs, which is going to affect many of our states. For example, states of Eastern India, like Jharkhand, like Chhattisgarh, like Orissa, like West Bengal, even some in Maharashtra going ahead. So here is the challenge of transitioning to the green economy, and maybe I'll talk about that. And here is the problem also of women. For example, I'm a woman, I'm working on, green energy, just transition, all of that. It's much easier for me to now transition to that because I also have the education, I have also the skills, I also have the opportunities and access. But think of a woman who is going to be in Orissa or Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh in the rural areas where your power plants are, where your coal mines are, where the industrial transition is going to happen, decarbonization is going to happen. In these areas, the challenge is right now that women have a very low participation overall in the workforce. The labor force participation data that we have, labor force participation survey, which the Ministry of Program, the statistic MOSPI brings out every year, it shows that. The question, therefore, is that when these changes happen, do we build an economy where they can be now taken? Because they already have a low participation, will they be better off or worse off? This is what we need to think of. And therefore, it becomes important to also invest in things which until now has not been there. For example, one thing will be important, therefore, to look at women education. How much you invest in education and skilling them so that they can engage in the new economy. Be it renewable energy based, be it green industries that are coming up, and most importantly, small and micro scale industries. It is huge. We need to think of the scale of this transition for women to be enablers or being part of that change. Because you are talking about hundreds and thousands of people, millions of people. Now, one industry large scale cannot do that. So here is the challenge of building green SMEs and skilling and educating people to get engaged in that, where they will find the work. The other way, of engaging women is always it is in decision making. Because here it's very easy, again I'm saying, to engage for us in a decision making process, but the microeconomy level where this change will happen, it's a difficult setup. There is challenges of marginalization, there is problem of gender discrimination. So the point is you need to build a system where they can also come and say what they want. Most of the time government investments happen or skilling program happens. I remember a secretary from, he was in Madhya Pradesh that time, he told कि हम जब भी कोई program बनाते हैं women के लिए, वो अचार बनाना, पापड़ बेलना, it's all that beautician course, as if they know better than anything. They can only do that. So therefore, we need to think of what they actually want, and I am giving you a very personal example. We were doing field work in Jharkhand when we first brought our Just Transition report. And we typically do stakeholder consultation with women separately. And most of them told, I need schools. I want my daughter to go to a school so she can get educated and she can choose what she wants to do. So the choice is also important. That's why I'm saying that you need to create a system where in the green economy, women can also choose what they want to do, not just be given that you do this and this is what you are good at. The second thing is therefore education. And the third thing I'm constantly emphasizing on, we really need to move beyond the macro scale of this picture. It is very different, and that has been one of the biggest problem in any major transition, because the transition always looks very successful at the macro level. Right now we are moving on to, I'm just giving you an example, we have huge amount of renewable energy ambition. We all appreciate that. It is extremely important for the country to achieve its net zero target, green economy ambition, even energy, we are talking about energy independence in 2047. All of it is important. But the problem is that the renewable energy investments are not happening in the places where the transition is going to happen. Renewable energy today is coming up in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, all of these places, right? And not in the eastern region states where most of your power, barring Maharashtra, and coal comes from. So therefore, we need to think of the macro level as well as the regional level. And the green economy challenge will become huge. And UNDP is there, development sector investments, ministry, public sector investments, public financing, all of them will play a big role in this. And that is what I would like to share. I'm more than happy to take questions because I think we are also short in time, but I'll stop to that.
You have a banking of 1.5 minutes. Right, but thanks. Thanks for that insight, though it is very tough to put in that in 8 minutes, but I think you have done justice to a greater extent. But as I mentioned, the just transition is not, everybody thinks immediately it's a coal mining, Immediately they think coal mining, because that's what you see today. If you can just Google just transition, you'll get the first page of Google is only about coal transition, nothing else. But there are so many other aspects. I want to say something.
Yeah, no, actually, Dinesh, I think that's a very important question, that we really do not need to think of just coal. It's a transition that is happening across the fossil fuel sector, which is, and the biggest transition we all see today is actually in the EV, electric vehicles. We all are saying, you were giving the example, today delivery boy comes, he comes in an electric bike. So the EV sector also, and how women can be part of all that, I think that has become important. I'll just add one point which is very interesting. When I went for my previous job in a think tank, I got hired, apart from whatever I chose, the person who told me, he told, you have a unique combination. You are a woman, you understand extractive industry, and you want to work in the ground. So, but what I'm saying is, this is also the ambition how women can lead change. You really need to move out from the stereotype of women only can do this, women can only teach, can do soft type of jobs. All the time I'm discussing this issue, yes, there are very few female talking about this, because these are thought, funnily it came out in the morning, in the beginning of the session, that power is like understood, power extractive industry is a very male thing. Which I think we need to break the stereotypes. That's the most important part. I always believe that work is work, education is education. You need to be ambitious now to take it forward. From our side, what we can do is, we can be the role models. When we go to ground, people should look up to people like us. They do not just sit in the city, they come here, they are women are also doing this, and that also inspires people to take up new opportunities. So women as enablers can play various roles, and that's why I'm saying it can be, your choice of career also, which can be an enabler.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why I wanted to just poke you on that aspect, and glad that you agreed. So there's a lot of, you want to say something? Yeah, can we reserve, or is burning? Go ahead. We'll break the monotony, yeah. Anybody can spare a mic to her? Sorry? Go ahead. Later you will blame me that I didn't give you an opportunity.
Hi, so I'm Riddhi, and I really resonated with what you were saying about bringing in change and how can women be part at the macro scale, and at the same time skilling them. But there is a chain of thought that I have about skilling women at the grassroots level, and which is that we need to take in the regional context in account while scaling them. And when you were talking about achar, papad, those are legit livelihood for a few of them. And for states like Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh, a lot of skill development can be done in minor forest produce. And we cannot bring about a revolutionary change in this. It will be a very difficult part to move them from the things that they can do on a contextual level given their surroundings, and or like how I wanted to understand more about your point of view regarding this. So taking the regional context in account. So, yes.
Yeah, I'll be very brief on this because we have other people to, we want to hear from. The question is, what I said was that you need to be context specific. You need to not think stereotype. And I gave that example, that's why the green economy is much more than just renewable energy. It is about building on minor forest produce, which you just rightly said, because there is a huge opportunity. And you need to build these industries because today you may be knowing that these are like they do not get much money out of it. They do not even know the market prices. And here, how the green economy can be built around this, build enterprises, provide forward and market, backward market linkages through this agro-based, forest-based industries. Chhattisgarh even has developed a green council to build these industries right now, right? So there are ways, and for that you really do not have to take them off from what they know or their own heritage or what they're good at. You just need to boost it. When I told you Achar Papad, it is the typical programs that are designed when we are investing. Instead of doing that, maybe we can scale up something. And what becomes important at this level also, what I know, people who are working in skilling always does that, is to map educational skill levels, what they can be best fit at, and also to look at their aspirations. That's why I gave that example. And there will be differences. For today's a person who is at 40 today, you want to give her something, you can do the traditional things that are existing. But simultaneously, you can also invest in education so that her daughter does not end up doing the same thing and can choose. Maybe the daughter will choose the same thing, but at least they have the choice. So that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, sure, but interesting point to continue the conversation after the session as well. Please feel free to meet her after the panel. Now, I know 60 patient minutes have passed. They have left two more speakers left and 30 minutes to conclude the session. Now I'm just looking at you, Mahima, actually. Again, she's from Sun Group. Inspiring story in terms of how you set an example in the challenging environment and especially directly related to the renewable energy sector. She has tons and tons of inspiring stories and experience to share with you. The best part is what she said on Saturday in terms of the main challenge that she faced in her whole life and career, that maybe she wants to share it in this panel as well. Go ahead, Mahima.
Hello. Yeah. So, as I was expecting, this whole discussion has been amazing. Dr. Ashish didn't let anything for me to explain to you. Then, ma'am didn't leave anything, much. And then Dr. Shrestha, God. So I need to think. Probably I can pick on certain examples that, So the one word that I've hated in last couple of years is women empowerment. Because, what Dr. Shrestha said is absolutely right. It is always about achar, papad, and, do this and do that. So I always felt, and I don't understand how people can forget that old Lijjat Papad thing. That was a Mahila Greh Udyog thing, right? I remember women had already been entrepreneurs in their own, capacity. And whenever someone has to think of women empowerment, they'll start teaching them what they are already good at, what they already know they can do. So this is the word that I have always detested. I mean, probably I'm going too much, but yeah. So now what we are talking about and, what really caught my eye in this whole discussion was, it was talking about inclusion of women in green economy. Now this is something where, I believe a lot can be done. And it was also about inclusion of disability in women, men, whatever. So first of all, let's speak about green economy. As it has been told, I have been into renewable sector. I have been into power sector. I'll just give you one line example of my engineering days. I was one of the 3 girls in the class of 80 engineers. So that's how it was. Then later on, immediately after my engineering, I was recruited by Tata Power. So again, I was so glad. I mean, the ratio for me, it jumped, 3 times because I was one of the 9 girls who were hired in a group of again 80. I was like, wow, so, you know, the women to man ratio is actually, you know, incrementing, and it's pretty good. So, yeah, in somewhere around 2011, when I practically entered renewable industry, I realized that there are a lot of girls. They were all, you know, much younger than me. There were a lot of girls in the technical team, and I was so happy. And I can tell you one thing. All the solar plants that you see, they are usually built in nowhere of the kind of site. The nearest town would be somewhere around 20 to 25 kilometers away. That town would be probably a village. There are absolutely no washrooms on these solar sites. I have been there, I have lived there for many days. All the girls, I mean, I was, you know, told by them when I was going there for the first time that do whatever, drink least possible amount of water, and please, we were standing in the sun because, you know, that is what, you know, was giving us our bucks for the job. So we were standing in sun, we had to drink least possible water because there were those put-up-keep-in bathrooms. Now, again, see, we are talking about women in STEM, women participating in corporates for green economy and all, and the most basic of thing, you know, now this is the same thing which prevents girls to continue their schooling. And, you know, we as, you know, women employees in our 20s and 30s, we are facing the same issues, the exact same issues. So I've seen that, and it happens, and this is very real. I hope that it is changing in plants now. Probably they are constructing some better washrooms. And I remember at my very first site, there was no water to bathe. The only silver lining was that it was December, but it was really hot because it was close to, there was absolutely no water to bathe. So we were warned, especially women were warned, because, you know, women like to be more hygienic. So that's one example of urban women in corporate, right? So now I'll jump to rural. Now, recently I have been working on a SaaS product for solar rooftops, and I got in touch with multiple solar installers across India, more than 1,000 of them, and I had been contacting them over, you know, mass mails, and I've been getting response. And one thing which struck with me is none of them is being managed by any women. I know a lot of women who have, you know, founded solar installation companies, who are CEOs, who have founded these companies, but you know, women percentage was, I think, 0. Probably there might be some women somewhere which I don't, you know, got to interact with, but that was the scene. Now, solar is not a very technologically intensive scene. It is actually a very, very simple thing, and even most of those men who were interacting with me, they didn't had much know-how of the technology. They just knew how to, you know, assemble module, inverter, cables, and everything, and get the system running. So I was wondering why, you know, there are so many educated women in tier 1, tier 2 towns in India, why they are not coming into the picture. I don't know, maybe it's a taboo because they have to go to everybody's rooftop and do the job. I have climbed rooftops. And talking about disability, yes, I have faced a lot of disability, physical disability in my life, but I have climbed rooftops. A lot can be done by women, you know. So I have climbed those warehouse rooftops, which are something like 15 to 20 feet tall, and I have done a lot, so I can say women can practically do anything. Now, again, I'll jump to rural. From tier 2 to I'll jump to rural. There is a lot that women can do there as well, I believe. So, you know, there are waterless farmings, hydroponic farmings, where, you know, water can be saved, where, you know, farming can be done in lesser amount of land. So these are all supportive of green economy. These kind of initiatives should be run by a lot of organizations. Women can be taught. You know, already 30% of farm workforce consists of, you know, it is made up of women. So number is pretty good. These women, instead of, you know, just toiling in normal farmlands, can do probably something better. And it has been observed again and again in multiple such schemes, you know, which Dr. Ashish and Dr. Shrestha had been talking about, that they tend to learn better than men, often. Maybe because they don't really have to unlearn much. That's a pretty normal behavior. So they can be participant into these kind of things. And I think one of the biggest topic is, in my opinion, is water conservation. Now, we come from a land where rainwater harvesting was happening even 5,000 years back. There were rainwater harvesting, step well kind of formations, even in those Indus Valley civilization, ruins and all. So there are so many step wells still existing. They are amazing, amazingly engineered. So if they could be done 5,000 years back, if they could be done 1,400 years ago, why they cannot be done now? And I think there is a huge, dearth of this kind of basic system. This know-how was very much available in our country for so many years, and it is not being used right now. I believe a lot can be done. I'll think of some other example if it comes to me. Nothing much was left for me to otherwise speak of.
Thank you so much, Mahima, again with the specific examples. Not just the stories, but where you have been involved straight away. So I think that really takes to our heart in terms of visualizing the kind of challenges that you had faced. I don't know how you overcome it, but that's another time we will hear from you. Sorry, Vinay, I'll start with that apology that you are the last in the room, but you have the last say as well. So you can be as loud as possible in terms of showcasing your experience, especially on the field, because I thought you can connect with what is happening already in the field, and therefore we'll be very eager to hear from you as well, Vinay. But once again, sorry for putting you as the last man.
No, not at all. It's a pleasure hearing everyone else. Thank you so much for having me here, and it's an absolute honor to be on this panel, hearing all of you and all of the great stories you've had to say. I truly believe that it's not about inclusion of women in the green economy. They are leading, and they will lead the green economy. And I can say this from experience. I just cycled across Bengal and Odisha, and in the meetings that I had with the young people and women farmers, men, women, if I was talking to a group of young people, it was usually the girls who would come and talk up why and what they should do about climate change. If I was going to farmers and I was talking about the problem of what problems they were facing and what they needed to do about it, it was mostly the women who were coming forward and talking about it. And I'm not surprised, because these issues there are such strong interlinkages between livelihood, health, all of this is so connected. And because women are at the front of climate protection, they are more sensitive, they're more compassionate about these issues, and are the first ones to say, yes, we would be happy to set up a solar pump at our site. One, of course, it's more convenient, there is less dependency on men, but also because they are able to see how they're able to save that money, and they're able to feed with that extra, with their savings, they're able to put more nutritious food at home. And I say this from experience. We've been running a solar pump program for a while. And what we did in Jharkhand was, which was, of course, because there was need for land titles, and we know women hardly have land titles. We were able to work with the Jharkhand Renewable Energy Development Agency and tell them that why don't we look at affidavits that can come and women can apply for these systems. And it was a good fortune that it was allowed, and over 6,000 women were mobilized, and now systems are being put into about 2,000 applications that were ultimately submitted for women farmers to take up solar pumps. And in my interactions with them, it was not just in Jharkhand, but also in Bengal, what we were able to hear and see was we are able to save this money, and with that extra savings, when we are able to ask, what are you doing with that extra saving? So there are assets being built. There is better education for children is happening. There's, so I remember one story when one lady farmer said that I'm able to make sure that there is fish being eaten twice a week, And so this is why I truly believe that women are not just going to be included into the green economy, they're going to lead the green economy. And again, I don't want to just leave it to renewable energy. It's the year of millets, and millets is a program that we believe it's going to be extremely important for especially certain dry belts of East India. And if there is anyone who's ready to take the risk on millets, because it's in many areas millets is now doesn't exist. It's not even their parents, but their forefathers who used to eat millets. But who's the ones who are going to take the risk on taking millets and growing millets again are the women. They're the ones who are coming forward and saying we will do it. Even before we say we'll do contract farming with you and we'll make sure that your millets are bought. So this is what we are doing on the field. This is what I'm seeing on the field, and it's truly inspiring for me. I've written posts about this even before I'm coming and sitting here, and there is this and the issue being understood and the need to act on that issue. A lot of people understand the issue that yes, there's climate change happening, there's no water, the soil is, there is a problem. I mean, there are issues with the soil and everything, but the need to act is more understood definitely by women more than men are. So I'm looking up to the women more than to take this forward. So I'll keep it short, and I'd love to look at more questions and answer those.
Thank you so much, Vinay. To be very technically correct, Madam Poonam said Saturday she's 8 minutes is too long, but she took 11 minutes. Okay, so I have to just tell her that she really took your 3 minutes now. You banked and you shared it. I'm told by the organizers that we have to close sharp at 4:20, which means we have kind of 10 minutes or 11 minutes, if you can look at your watch. I'm not going to say only burning questions, but anything relevant. I don't want any comments because we all know the importance of the subject, but if you have a very, very pointed, relevant questions, I will allow maybe 2, maximum 3. Sorry for that, but please go ahead and shoot your questions if you have. Wow. So then maybe for the change, a panelist is going to ask you any question. Just pick up one audience and then stand up and say exactly what I said. No? Any follow-up question from you? No? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so, well, many thanks for that question, and I think the achar papad story will remain relevant. I don't think it's going to disappear, and in fact, I was called by a male entrepreneur yesterday saying, "Hame achar papad banana hai." Not only so it's not only a woman sort of story, but I think the narrative is about breaking stereotypes. And if you're being intentional, and if you're trying to be intentional, this is the first time in human history almost that you're being intentional about changing the track of development trajectory. Like, when was the last time you remember that a global community took a resolve to sort of say, we want to be net zero by 2050. It's remarkable. So if you want to be intentional, you can't let the market decide everything, right? So you can't say, well, the market is going to, the renewable energy will sort of become cheaper. We don't want to do anything, any case, right? So you are being intentional. So if you're being intentional, then you need to create more space. And if you have to create more space, you have to be more intentional in breaking stereotypes. And so, like, for instance, the fact that you can actually have forest rangers who are women in places like Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand as well, where you can actually create that space by training programs which are breaking stereotypes. And I think that's partly the message which Shrestha was sort of trying to transmit. And I think it's important to keep that at the back of your mind, not leave so in general, the pie is, of course, sort of enlarging, but if you actually want a bigger share of the pie, you have to be very intentional in breaking certain stereotypes.
Any questions? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
So my name is Neena Chatrat, and I just chanced upon this conference, and I was tempted to come in because, I work in the corporate world hugely. I am a little flummoxed right now because I'd love to know, and I know that a ton of things are being done, and great effort, and I think very well expressed by this panel. But I definitely want to know, where is it that we are leapfrogging? On one hand, we're talking about achar papad. On the other hand, we're talking about the enablers, women as enablers. So it's great to have a narrative when we talk about women, empowerment, green economy, etc. But from achar papad to being an enabler, I would like some cogent example of leapfrogging.
Open challenge.
So as part of L&T CSR, we call it integrated community development programs, okay, wherein we take areas and we, really rural areas, and we go in and we do work for 3 to 4 years to make a significant shift in that area. So one of the requirements of the program is 30% of the people participating need to be women. So we don't want them, their husbands participating and them supporting, but actively they need to be part of it. And I had the privilege of going to one such area and talking to these women. And that lady was, you know, she was part of the skill building. She had started earning, she had started saving, and she showed me she had brought her FD book and showed me that she had a deposit of 50,000 rupees. That's a lot of money for her. And I asked her that, so what are you going to use this for, your daughter's wedding? And she says, no, I will not give it to my daughter for her wedding. I'll only give it to my daughter if she studies further and goes beyond our area. So maybe not in this generation. Possibly this generation may still be about skill building and things like that. But I think with this conscious effort that is being made of integrating women and enabling them, the next generation, certainly you may get an engineer or you may get a doctor or an IAS from more rural areas than urban areas. So it's going to take time, but it's going to leapfrog. I don't know whether you call that leapfrog if it's across a generation, but in my mind, if we were not there for the next 3 generations, this would have not happened.
Please.
My request is to Dr. Praveen Saxena. I would like him to tell us where we are trying to train women and what are the prospects and what various levels are there for women to participate in.
Thank you, Sangeeta. In fact, I'm really sorry I missed on actually the area on which I'm working now. I went back to MNRE and history of thing. Well, as far as skill development activities are concerned, most of the people have used this word as skill. And what is happening in the skill ecosystem now is that every sector has been picked up, trying to understand what kind of skilling requirements are there in that particular sector or that particular industry. And then based on the industry requirement, we are preparing qualifications and the trainings and the skillings are being done. Please distinguish between education and skills. When we are talking of skills, yes, it can start from the basics of what you know and probably develop that particular skill to a further next level of skills or next level of activities, but doing by hand. As far as women are concerned, in fact, we are extremely focusing on entrepreneurship development. Entrepreneurship, actually what we have found that women are definitely more serious and sincere. There's no two opinions about it. So whatever they pick up, probably we as an organizations may succeed better if we involve women in those skill or skill activities. I would agree with Shrestha. In fact, आप लोगों को हमें बताना पड़ेगा कि हमें ये करना है. It's nobody comes and gives anything to anybody. It's you who will have to probably take it and show that, demonstrate that yes, you can do. There are efforts being done. There are systematic efforts being done in skilling, and about, I'll say, as far as green skills are concerned, about 20 to 25% women candidates are being skilled. That is our specific efforts towards that. So lot many job roles. Solar is a very, very promising area in which women are now actually coming in. Most important, we are expecting that hydrogen would definitely pick up from this sector, and obviously the conventional ones of making your home better with renewables is another area which we are focusing on.
Thank you so much, sir. Tripti ji. Yeah, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Hi, Poonam ma'am. My question is with you. Actually, I wanted to know, you had made recently a women's drive. So I just wanted to know what was the percentage of women participation in that, plus whether it was a success. If not, then what's your strategy to make it success soon or later?
Thank God I got the numbers today morning. It was a women-only drive, so only women participated. The intention is not to get them only at entry level, but at lateral levels. Very quickly, I will speak. I'm sorry, but I'll speak quickly, so because of time. Thank you. So oil and gas is supposed to be a sector with not many women. We have found that if you search, there are women. And if you get them at various levels in the organization, the culture changes much faster. A very successful drive, around 50 laterals we found across various levels. And I mean, I was looking at the cost, so it's around 50,000 per position that I spent, which is, I think, a much better return than I would have got on my other All India ads for general positions. So it was success both ways.
Thank you so much. No, I'm sorry. I'll be chucked out if I allow that. So after this, sorry for that. So I have to really quickly summarize. I'll take 10 seconds, not more than that. It was a great kind of a discourse, I would say, and I hope you all will agree. And it is a privilege to be a part of this discourse. And I believe each and everyone sitting on this side also represent the other side equally, and vice versa. So I would really encourage you to please bombard us after this session so that we can give you more insights and continue to engage with you. I'm not going to summarize the session. I think everybody understood what was conveyed to you. Of course, paucity of time. But to be really giving one message to summarize everything is the word she didn't like, Mahima, empowerment. But somehow I'm somewhat unfortunately stuck to that. I don't know how to really define it. But I will just stop here in 5 seconds to be very personal, that I have already written a will for my wife. Simple. And I have said, even now it is in work, it is already in action, that I own nothing. I have given my entire, whatever I earned in my life, it's already given to her. I don't know what is that called. I don't know why I did it. I may be a lunatic also. But, yeah, I'm so, okay.
I would say that's how it should be.
So I think the single word for men is just give up. Please give up. Please. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for the panelists. So thank you so much for your listening after the post-lunch session and over to the organizers.
Please stay back. Please stay back. We would like to present you all mementos as a token of our appreciation and thanks. And to do the honors, may I invite on stage Ms. Asmita Mahapatra, Program Manager ABLE, and Mr. Bhupendra Nahar, Program Manager Operations. So we start from that side. We would like to thank Ms. Mahima Bhargava. And from this side, we thank Mr. Vinay Jaju. Our thanks to Dr. Saxena, Dr. Praveen Saxena. Thank you, sir. Ms. Poonam Chandhok, thank you, ma'am, for your presence here. And Bhupendra ji, you can start presenting from that side. We'd like to thank Ms. Mahima Bhargava. Our thanks to Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi. Thank you, Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi. We thank Dr. Shrestha Banerjee. And we thank the esteemed moderator, Mr. Yuvraj Dinesh Babu. Ladies and gentlemen, there's still a lot more to come. Let's not be impatient. May I request you all to kindly please remain seated. I request you all please kindly remain seated. We have lots more to come. Let's have some patience. With that, I take the opportunity of thanking the esteemed panelists and the moderator. And let's put our hands together and welcome with a very warm round of applause on stage to propose the vote of thanks, Ms. Bandana Rai, Head Strategic Initiatives, Livelihoods, AIF.
I think thanking all of you is an understatement this evening and this day. I mean, what do you say? Won't it be an understatement for the kind of excitement we all had through the day, starting at 9 o'clock, and for many of us starting at 6:30 this morning? So may I please start with a huge, huge round of applause for all of us. And now the formal one. So I take this opportunity on behalf of the entire team of American India Foundation in India and USA to appreciate and thank, to begin with, our Honorable Minister Srimati Smriti Irani, who actually reminded and reinstated the power of a self-empowered woman. So the lady there, Maima, is self-empowerment and not empowerment. That's what she spoke about. And that will is a part of it. We'll discuss about it. Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, Mrs. Reena Pandey, I think she's already left our board of director, and Dr. Mradul. Then our respected speakers, panelists, and the moderators, without whom today's achievements were not possible, who have actually added so much value to every minute that we all have invested in today. So a huge round of applause for all of the dignitaries here. Now we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the leaders, achievers, and the on-ground doers who are part of the audience today, who have, with lots of patience and engagement, made the day what it is today at the end of the eve. So thank you all of you for being part of this gathering today. I would also like to thank our partners, the NSDC, who is the co-host for the event, MASF as a co-organizer, MPSRLM as special partner, I4S, Skill Council for Green Jobs, and Vadvani Foundation as our knowledge partner. Thank you so much for doing everything that you have done for this event. And now we would like to thank the leadership of American India Foundation, Matthew Joseph, Kamesh Tangi, and Shreya Relly, and all the leaders who are part of the audience today for the unconditional support and guidance to make this event quite meaningful and impactful, is what I can look at it as an audience, from an audience perspective. Do you all agree with me? Yes. Thank you. Then we would like to thank the organizing committee, the team of leaders, the livelihood team, who has actually worked day in, day out, and especially in the last 15 days, in Q4, in the month of March, and you all know what I'm talking about. So thank you so much for doing everything that the entire team has done. Also, a special thanks to NUMEC Events and Indian Habitat Center team, who have actually accommodated all our uncertainties till yesterday in terms of edits, change of venue, change of participants, and everything. So thank you so much for being so beautifully patient with us. And our very special Power Pack MC, Mandeep, and our beautiful crew of these 3 sign language interpreters, who have actually helped us to express our ideas, vision, and all the discussions today. So thank you so much, girls and the lady. And last, but not the least, our AIF team on ground, who have been co-creating beautiful growth models over years, and which gives us confidence today, all of us a confidence today from AIF, to be part of this brilliant gathering of change makers. Thank you so much, all of you. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we wrap up today's proceedings. Once again, thank you all for being here in such strength and numbers and making this a big success for all of us. Once again, thank you, and please do not forget to visit our kiosks, which are still outside, and may I invite you all to please join us for a chacha on some chai and some high tea, which is being served outside. Have a lovely evening. It's been a pleasure to have you all. Thank you.